Woo. Hey, people. How's it going? Look, we might be late, but we're fucking here. It'll all be okay. It'll be okay. It's fine. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Whoa, it's kind of hot today, isn't it? They had like a storm warning for New York, but then like apparently it just never went through. So that's something. Yeah, I'm excited for another blistering week once again after like 10 seconds of showers. Amazing. Ah, whatever. Let's just play the game. I mean, we just start from the first case, right? The game audio's a little loud. Like, this is more appropriate, but like, the game just screams. Is there an in-game option to lower the volume? No. Oh, wow, that's not good. Oh god, it's still loud. But alright, that's like a little better, for sure. How do you not have like in Bro, how do you not have like in-game sound control? What the fuck? Capcom, please. Alright, that's enough diddling around settings. The case history was like really long, so I don't know if we can actually finish it. The Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band.
In a corner of that small, dark room, Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Sholmes.
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson," he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
Good narration. It's like as if it's Sir Arthur Conan Doyle himself. January 9th, 6:37 a.m. On board the steamship Buria. Baria. Oh.
So then, let us unravel this mystery and discover what events led to this.
Oh, it's her.
Pray, do excuse me.
Susato?
From the inside when the man was killed. No marks to suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time. This is a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come.
BEI?
That won't be necessary. You see, In less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be absurd. This is murder. I need cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Why does Sasato have a British
And
accent?
where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Herlock Sholmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
And it's Ryu, I think. Oh, my head is throbbing. Yup. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Oh, what the? Why am I in handcuffs? Because you fucking killed someone. Again. So you wake up now, Is that, what is that? It's N-L-E-O. We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. You are true cold-blooded killer, man. Cold-blooded man. You. You found me then. Da, we found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in that tiny wardrobe, sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is, No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Do you really believe this? Miss Susato. Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Ha, you pretend you do not know. You are a wolf in sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Wait, Kazuma's the one that died? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. What do you fucking mean? Here in this very cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Okay, wait, so... They didn't show us the body, so obviously it's not him. And, like, the writing is in Russian, so unless he just randomly happened to know Russian, like, what? Alright, what is a court record? Where's the fucking court record? And he's taken from this world. Is he actually dead? What? Husbando, no. What? Do not try to tell us you were doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. Yeah, I don't fucking believe it, actually, in these handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you just shut up and let us start investigating? Answer me, please. No. Fuck you. No! Alright, what is going on, game? Kazuma. It was just 2 short weeks ago. Are you sure about this? When we get in trouble? Ha 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 ha! Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else would you come to England with me to study? It was really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. Yes, I still can't quite believe it. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. Really? After all of our nights together? You must be even less of a man than you look! Oh my... Hey, honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. Phrasing. But if you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. Well, I hope not. I get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. I suppose. Anyway, it's about time that the steward is supposed to come in and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but he'd better get in there. I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'd be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. So he murdered someone, switched their clothes, bashed his face in, brutally caved his fucking skull in, took his clothes, and is like now hiding among the crew and is like fucking trying to dip in the UK because he has a different mission? Like, we've only been at sea for about 15 days! How can this have happened? We were supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Together. We leave you at the next port. Stay quiet until then. Do not make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Da, you said before. You said you would admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. Susato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask of you, too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. I mean, yeah. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all I can do is try to find out what really happened. He really has been killed, hasn't he? This isn't just a bad dream. And these handcuffs, they think I did it. I wonder if she's in on it. Because I don't believe for a second that, like, the game wouldn't show us the body. Would give us, like, this fucking goofy-ass outline. And he's just fucking gone. In the second. I don't believe it for a fucking second. They think I'm Kazuma's killer? When they found him, the cabin was locked from the inside. What do you mean? There's no access to the cabin via a porthole window, and the bolt on the door can't be operated from the outside. In other words, after the crime, the culprit couldn't have escaped from these four walls. What? Or to put it another way, the culprit can only have been somebody inside this cabin. Or do you have some other explanation? I mean, like, probably a shit ton more, but alright. This is impossible. How did he die then? What happened exactly? Are we still going to deny the charge, even despite the circumstances? Yes, obviously. Please, Sato-san, you have to tell me. I'm sorry, what? The cause of death is still undetermined. They don't know how he died? The ship's doctor is examining the body, of course. He has no post-mortem analysis experience. I don't suppose we shall learn more until an expert has been consulted at our next port of call. So the other thing that could have happened is, it is him, that's his body, but he's not actually dead. He, like, consumed some kind of drug that, like, slows down his metabolic system, etc., etc. So presumably that means there's no obvious external signs of injury then. That's true, yes. Can anyone tell me what actually happened here in this cabin? I don't understand it. Why would anyone want to kill Kazuma? Presumably that's something you know the answer to better than anyone. Sato, just work with me here, girl. Please, whatever you say, you were in the cabin after all. Well, yes, I was, but he'd always wake before dawn and do his training first thing in the morning. I was waiting outside his cabin, as I have every day so far on this voyage. But this morning, he did not come. I could sense that he wouldn't. Does that mean he was already dead when Sato-san arrived at this door? This cabin door? I wonder. I knocked, but there was no reply. Then I started to become worried, so I went to find a member of the crew. Is there an actual body? Am I being pranked? Where the fuck the crewmen forced the cabin door open, and when we managed to get inside? There was Kazuma-san, collapsed on the floor. There's the sash, there's the uniform. We still don't see his face, which is like... And the white tape there now shows exactly where he was found, I suppose. I had no idea anything that had happened. I must have been asleep in the wardrobe somehow. I wish it wasn't the case, but that's just very hard to believe. This is all very hard to believe for me, trust me. Now I've told you everything that I know, so it's my turn to ask you a question. Yes, alright. My head feels so heavy. It's still throbbing like anything. Why are you even on board the ship, Naruhodo-san? You said something before about being a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, yes, I'm afraid that's true. It's been 2 weeks since we left Japan now, and I've been shut up in this cabin the entire time. I had no idea. But how could you have occupied Kazuma-san's cabin for so long without him noticing? No, that would be impossible, obviously. Yes, of course. Kazuma invited me. He wanted us to go to England together. He actually asked you. But why? I'm afraid I don't really know the reason myself. I don't understand. Kazuma, why do you want this? What's the real reason? Why go to such extreme lengths to smuggle me to England with you? I feel like this is Kazuma's plan. I feel like Kazuma's the one that set all this up. The fact that they're not showing us his face, the fact that Kazuma was the only person that knew who, like, he was inside the cabin, and then, like, Kazuma could put him to sleep, and, like, he was working with the fucking Miko Toba, the professor, on, like, the medical shit in university. Like, I feel like this is all an elaborate ploy, somehow. And he's, like, either a part of it or he's masterminding it. Don't believe it for a fucking second. What happened, best boy? It's an idea that's been on my mind ever since the end of that incredible trial. I think I told you then, didn't I? That you ought to become a lawyer yourself. Well, yes, you did say that, but I didn't think you were serious. You have a talent for it. I can assure you of that. but I've never really thought of becoming a lawyer. Well, that's something you can decide for yourself. London is at the spearhead of cultural development, the center of the world in many ways. There can't be any harm in seeing such an important place with your own eyes, can there? Well, no, definitely not. But on a personal level, if you were to become a lawyer, then what? Nothing. Forget it. Kazuma-sama he was always saying the same thing, that he wanted to change the Japanese legal system. Perhaps he thought he could do that with you. Yes, maybe. But something's still bothering me a little. The look in his eyes, then. It was darker than I've ever seen it before. Susato-san. I'm sorry that we kept it secret from you, my stowing away on the ship, I mean. If I know Kazuma-sama, I expected he was trying to protect me to avoid me becoming guilty by association. That's exactly right, yes. Word perfect, in fact. If you're not the culprit, then tell me, what happened last night here in this cabin? How old are you? Yeah, I'm not telling you. Well, the thing is, I don't really remember. Good answer. Kazuma brought me something to eat, just like he always did. Okay, so Kazuma did drug us. And then I got myself into the wardrobe over there, just like I always did. So Kazuma brought something over, drugged us, and then, like, killed someone. Or maybe Kazuma had food, gave it to us, we ate it, but it was meant for Kazuma. Kazuma was meant to be drugged and killed. But once we went inside, Kazuma was still awake, and then Kazuma killed whoever came to kill him. After that, I fell asleep. Well, yes. So deeply they didn't even stir when Kazuma-sama was killed? Well, yes. I know it sounds unbelievable, really, I do, but it's the truth! If only I'd woken up, then perhaps I wouldn't be in this predicament, and for some reason, my head's still throbbing like anything. Really? Is something wrong? Oh, no, it's... Please, forget it. Susato-san, you have to believe me, I didn't do it. I really don't want to doubt you. But the trouble is, there's no one else who could possibly have done this. Kazuma, I don't understand. What does the word say? Why did this have to happen? There's a Russian man right here! Can we ask him what this says? I can't take this. Don't try to go anywhere. You're the perpetrator of this crime. You can't leave. You can't allow that to happen. I'm sorry, but Cosmo was killed right under my nose here, and I didn't do anything to stop it. And now I'm supposed to just sit around? My hands tied while whoever did this walks free? No! I can't allow that to happen. Well, what do you propose to do then? I'm going to investigate. I'm going to find out exactly what happened here. I'm going to work out who took Kazuma's life, and how and why they did it. So I'm sorry, but you're going to have to excuse me. Hi-ya! Alright. We got fucking Aikido'd. What the? That was a Susato takedown. That's a good pose. Susato, what? What martial art form is that? I'm going to need you to prove it. Sorry, prove it? Yes, you're innocent. I need evidence. But how am I supposed to... Have you forgotten already what you achieved just a few weeks ago? You successfully defended yourself in a court of law. Now defend yourself on the ship! Ah, I see. She's expecting me to present some conclusive evidence. I have to get Sasato to believe me. I'll show her evidence right now that proves I'm not guilty of this awful crime. Oh, because, like, this was peeled off. It says keep on Japanese. But I'm not sure the Russian crew can actually read.
Yes!
Tell me, when I was discovered in the wardrobe before, was this piece of paper stuck over the doors? Oh, yes it was. I remember it clearly. I thought so. Kazuma always put it in place whenever I went to sleep in there, just in case the cabin steward or another crew member decides to look inside. So naturally, he did the same thing last night as well. Ah, yes, of course. The gentleman who discovered you peeled that sign from the wardrobe doors before he opened them. But if I were truly the culprit, I couldn't have climbed back inside the wardrobe and stuck this on the door outside the doors on my own. Aha! Yes, that's quite true. In other words, it's impossible that I killed Kazuma. Ergo. Well, even if you are sprawled hopelessly on the floor, I can see why Kazuma-sama thought so highly of you. Thank you, Forehead. Now, do you think perhaps you could help me up? Well, in the light of that evidence, I don't see any reason why I should stop you from investigating in here at least. Thank you, so you finally believe me? I'm sorry, no. What? I'm not sure yet. I can't rule out the possibility that you used some sort of conjuration to put the sign back in position. What? What does she think I am, a magician? No, that's like several games ago, and Trucy's fucking famous. For now, I suggest you investigate as thoroughly as possible in here. I will do the same. Alright, let's get to work, Sasato-san. Please don't misunderstand me. I still have my doubts. Oh? I shall be watching you. Ah, good. To make sure you do nothing that might disturb the crime scene. I wouldn't want you to use your conjuring tricks to destroy evidence, for example. Okay. Right. Well, anyway, I should make a start on investigating here, examine everything I can. Kazuma, I swear. I will avenge your death! I mean, this man is not fucking dead, bro. Seigi, the Japanese word for justice. The brush strokes are straight and true, just like Kazuma. Yes, his calligraphy was always a reflection of his heart. Yet you, can you really look at those characters without feeling shame, knowing who drew them so thoughtfully? Bro, what the fuck? Of course I can. I mean, I'm his partner, so why shouldn't I be able to? Even though you stowed away on the ship? Now you're going to bring that up, are you? I can't win. Can win. Oh dear, that won't do. Oh, what's the matter, Sasato-san? Whenever I'm examining things, I always find myself so focused I forget to look around properly. Ah, yes, that's not good. I don't suppose you're as foolish as me in that regard, are you, Naruto-san? I'm sure you're careful to look around using B and M. Okay. Now let's investigate all corners of this cabin. You picked B and fucking M. I suppose my field of vision has been rather small until now. Can I just go to the side? No? What if I use the arrow keys? No, I have to use B and fucking M. Bro, who picked this shit? Alright. Hello, Russian man. Perhaps I should see what this Russian crewman makes of the scene of the crime. Can you tell me what this thing says? Excuse me. What? I was wondering how it's going. The investigation, I mean. Grandmother told me Japanese people do not make jokes, but it is not true, I see. Sorry. The criminal asking investigator for information about his crime. Very funny. Oh, it wasn't supposed to be a joke. He doesn't appear to be laughing either. He's convinced you're guilty. I like the music though. This is like kind of a jam. It kind of reminds me of Case 2 in Game 3. The Luke at Me theme song. Like the Luke at Me / Mass to Mass theme song. It would like fit right in. Or maybe like one of the Layton games. I think either or. But it definitely like, the first thought was definitely like the Luke at Me game. You might have useful information though. I have to keep trying. So, last night, did you notice anything out of the ordinary at all? And yet, of course not. Now back to the corner of room and make silent. I say no more to you. Did I hit a nerve? Did he see something? Just for a minute there. He seemed a little flustered. Alright, so what's our superpower? Is it actually we are Apollo, but Great Apollo? These are the rules of passage for travel aboard the SS Buria. Buria. It's essentially a list of requests from the captain to all passengers on board. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. As there's a sword right there on the ground, next to his feet. What? Why are you staring at me? Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Are you more of a dangerous object or a pet? I can't decide. Well, one thing's for sure. Either way, I wasn't supposed to be in here. Alright. I think I was more of a pet, just saying. That's Kazuma-sama's precious sword. He never went anywhere without it. Yes, he was always saying that a Japanese man's katana is his soul. Oh, so he left his soul here because he has to do something really fucking dark because he's fucking evil now? Holy fuck, bro. Where's his bandana? I believe he had to work very hard to convince the government to allow him to bring it on the ship. Yeah, I mean, like, we literally just saw a prohibition against fucking swords, but sure. I suppose that shows just how important it was to him. And now he's gone. But I'm not ready to let his spirit go just yet. The fuck is this? That's my dinner from last night. A roast chicken. It was really tasty. Bro, that shit's fucking... It's a gigantic fucking leg! That leg's bigger than the fucking sailor's leg! What? Yes, it was very delicious, wasn't it? But did you eat it on the floor here? I'm not a dog, says Elsa-san. I ate at the table, of course. Which begs the question of when and how the plate ended up on the floor. But Kazuma-sama didn't like chicken at all, did he? No, that's right. So he didn't touch it. Which meant all the more for me. Oh no, does that mean... Poor Kazuma-sama spent his last night on Earth with an empty belly? It's just too horrible. Now I suddenly have the guilty conscience and an achy stomach. Okay. What's this smear? What do you think this is? Looks like a broken piece of glassware. Whatever the thing is, it appears to have broken clean in two. Like it was sliced with a sword? The glass is such a beautiful color. It looks like a cute little Netsuke fastener from a kimono outfit. Is that what your dad is wearing? I'm not sure that sounds like Kazuma. He wouldn't have secretly carried a cute little trinket like this around with him. Would he? He would. He carried us around all the time. And the mark beside it. What's this, I wonder? It has a sort of brick-like hue. What? Yes, you're right. It's the color of brick, isn't it? Even though I don't see anything of the same color anywhere else in the cabin. The books have fallen over on the shelf. Look, they've all toppled the same way. And what's this? A statue of some god at sea? Although he's fallen over as well. Yes, it's almost as if the whole shelf had been ransacked and everything mown down at once. I wonder if perhaps it was Kazuma-san's doing his morning sword training, do you think? I seriously doubted. What? Then perhaps it was you, Naruhodo-san, in a fit of rage. I wouldn't have bothered leaving the wardrobe just to mess up a few books and a statue. Could the way these things have been thrown about have anything to do with the case, I wonder? Well, I'll just set everything straight again. I don't like to see a mess. I mean, no! Preserve the crime scene! If you're setting it back up, then why are you leaving this random fucking gap? What? So we can't examine that. We can examine the table, I guess. There's nothing on this table at all. The plate and cutlery are all over the floor for some reason. I mean, it looks like the cloth was dragged. Yes, it's strange. Last night when I went to sleep, I'm sure everything was still... No, wait a minute. What is it? That's funny. I can't seem to remember anything about what happened after dinner at all. So then perhaps you are responsible for what happened to Kazuma. Are you a fucking idiot? No! Obviously, I was drugged with the fucking chicken! Can we replace you for your fucking dad? No. Did Kazuma write that before he died? It looks like it's written in ink. He must have knocked the ink pot from the desk when he collapsed on the floor. And then he just spontaneously wrote Russian! Poor Kazuma-san. No doubt he was in terrible pain. It's almost unbearable to imagine. Ask him what this fucking says! I suppose he was trying to leave some kind of a clue in his final moments, wasn't he? I'm sorry, partner, but I can't read your writing. Oh my god. I don't think that's Japanese, Naruto-san. What then what language is it? It pains me to admit it, but I don't know. It's not a foreign script I'm familiar with. What does it mean, I wonder? Can we fucking ask him now? No? I can go fuck myself? Okay, just great, thanks. That's a very large traveling case, isn't it? Yes, it carries a lot of memories for me. Memories? What do you mean? Well, that's actually how I stowed away on this vessel. I was brought on board inside that case. Yes, I see it says "this way up" in Japanese. Which, in hindsight, I should have realized a foreign crewman wouldn't be able to read. I was turned over and over and over and over and over and over, and then I was tossed on the floor in here. Oh dear. Being a stowaway isn't as romantic as it sounds. Well, it was less painful than a societal takedown. Alright, that's nice she can take care of herself. Like, already better than Maya. When I went for help, and the crewman forced the door open, this bolt had been firmly closed. It's quite a small bolt, is it? And not particularly sturdy. And it just slides across to secure the door shut. But still, with the door bolted, there would be no way to get in or out of the cabin, that's for sure. It's no wonder everyone suspects me. When she glares at me like that, I feel tense. Oh, I feel tense all up and down my spine. Okay. I feel tense all up and down my spine. I remember reading once in a detective novel. The culprit used a needle and a thread to draw bolts across from outside the room in a situation like this. Yes, that's a clever trick, isn't it? I'm an avid reader of detective stories, but the door of this cabin and its frame are made of metal and they seal together perfectly. Perfectly? No. There would be no possibility of using that needle and thread trick here, I'm afraid. What if they used a magnet? When she glares at me like that, I feel pins and needles all up and down my spine. This is where dear Kazuma-sama would have sat whenever he was writing. London Diary. Poor Kazuma, he didn't even make it to his destination. It looks as the last entry is incomplete. Which means, what? He was in the middle of writing it when the incident happened? Let's see what it says. It could be a valuable clue. Okay. That's out of the question. It's fucking private information, even though it was written moments before he fucking died, Susato. Well, Kazuma-san may have departed this world, but you must not read his private thoughts. Oh my god, it's every character all the time. But what if it's important, something relevant to this case? Alright, I won't fucking read it. Oh my god. Poor Kazuma-sama. I don't like prying into people's personal matters either. But in this case, isn't the need for clues more important? Fucked. Holy fucking shit, man. This is why teenagers are insufferable. It's been 2 weeks since we set sail from Japan. Have you really been living in that wardrobe the entire time, Naruto-san? I think living isn't quite the right description. Oh, no, I suppose not. Although it must have been rather exciting making this voyage in your own secret hideout. The trouble was, I never knew when a member of the crew might come in. So yes, I did basically have to live in the wardrobe. And last night was no exception. But because of that, you had no idea what was happening out here in the cabin. Oh, whoops. No, sadly not. Oh. I do wish he told me a little sooner. Okay, instead of fucking 10. Did he escape through this? I think that's some kind of opening for a ventilator. And a hole through which fresh air can circulate into the cabin. Isn't that a little odd? What do you mean? Well, this ventilator, that's what it is. Looks like it must connect to the next door cabin. Yes, it would appear to. You're right. But if its purpose is to allow fresh air into the room, surely it should be connected to the outside. That's true. Perhaps it's so that rain and spray don't find their way in when the seas are rough, or something like that? I suppose maybe that's it. What the fuck are you doing, my guy? Who's that? Why is he so fucking weird? He wasn't there a minute ago. As far as I can tell, he fucking teleported onto the table. It looks like he might be European. Oh, how did he teleport in here? That's a very good question. You noticed the man too, have you? I mean, I don't know how you fucking don't. It's just... Yeah, okay. I have no idea who he is or how he got in here, but he looks sus and tall and giga sus tall. Naruhodo-san, don't tell me. Do you really not know who that is? Well, no. I don't have any foreign friends or acquaintances at all. He doesn't look like a member of the crew. There is something very unusual about him. And he is investing in Kazuma's desk, or is he just playing on it? I can't tell. Well, in that case, we simply must talk with him. Am I just imagining it, or does Susato-san look almost uncontrollably excited? By the way, I expect that you've noticed already, but just in case, if you press space on people when they're in crosshairs, you can converse with them. Alright, I'll get that suspiciously tall gentleman in my sights and see what he has to say for himself. Oh, please do. Okay, so I guess this is like just telling us that we're done investigating. Schools? Excuse me, do you have a moment? Shh. This is a critical point in my investigation. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should leave him alone. He seems a little unfriendly. Yes, perhaps that would be for the best. Greetings! Hope I haven't kept you waiting for long. Ah! What exactly we're doing on Cosmo's desk just now? Ah, I see. Fascinating. Sorry? What do you see? I feel like he's looking right through me. Oh yes, everything is clear now. Zavari! The train of reasoning has run its course. My deductions have crystallized. You have been in Afghanistan, I perceive. Just recently returned, if I'm not mistaken. What? Sorry? What? And now, whilst venturing toward foreign climes, you find yourself in a most troubling predicament. Oh. Well, that's true at least. But how? How the deuce did I know that, perhaps? It was really a most elementary deduction. Hardly worth explaining. Have you perhaps managed to deduce anything else? But of course. A great many things. There is no mystery, my dear madame. For example, you have fled your native land of Russia, being, as you are, a merciless revolutionary. You leave 16 victims of assassination in your wake and now travel to England to blow up the Crystal Tower. And when the beribboned occupant of this very cabin discovered your identity, you ended his life too. Beribboned. Yes, I believe that summarizes the facts beautifully. No need to hide the truth now. Nothing deceives these eyes. Should we tell him? Just to be clear, you were talking about me, are you? Certainly I am. Do you see another in this cabin who fits the bill? A Russian assassin with 16 victims to his name? I mean, he just left, but sure, dude. I don't even see one person who fits the bill. So it's true. It was you who did this to Kazuma-sama. What? And you're plotting a revolution, too. It's shameful behavior, Naruhodo-san. Absolutely wicked. No, listen, there's no way Bro, can we fucking just get somewhere with you? Like, what the fuck is this bullshit? Now explain yourself. Tell me everything. This is ridiculous. How are we the only actual sane person in this entire room? How could you do it? For pity's sake, open your eyes. I'm not a Russian revolutionary. Fucking obviously. Oh, forgive me, you fucking idiot. And as for you, what kind of deduction was that? You were just saying the first thing that came to your head. Ah, but was I not right? No! Well, venturing toward foreign climes, you do find yourself in the most troubling predicament, do you not? Well, yes, maybe. Ha, there you have it. You see, what do you make of that, Well, to be honest, you're a fucking idiot. The ship is en route to England, and I'm in handcuffs at the scene of a murder, so I'm not really sure you could call it a deduction. It's more plain observation. Indeed, an observation, my dear boy, is the basis of all deduction. My method is founded upon the observation of trifles, you see. I announce my findings with brassy certitude. I mean, like, can we just fucking take one of the Avengers? I'll even take the other Avenger, the shitty one. You can decide which one that is. And more often than not, I'm right. Are you? I don't think you introduced yourself. Ah, my apologies. How remiss of me. I'm none other than the greatest detective of the century, known to men and women the world over. The inimitable Sherlock Sholmes. The inimitable is an interesting adjective. Out of every single adjective you could have taken, Sherlock Sholmes? So it's really you, the actual Herlock Sholmes. The very same. The inimitable, actual Herlock Sholmes. Don't fucking bring attention to it, game. Do you know this man, Susato-san? The most famous detective in the world? Naruhodo-san. Of course I do. Yeah, of course she does. There's nobody who hasn't heard of him. What planet have I been living on, then? I must ask him what he's deduced. He will have worked out the entire case already, I'm sure. Really? Why do I feel uneasy about this? Alright, I'll fucking bite. Don't make Sherlock Holmes an idiot. At least, like, call him Herlock Sholmes if you are going to make him an idiot. Either way, I will BRB, because I want to get some tea. So, yep, BRB. Huh! Alright, we're back. Alright, Herlock Sholmes, let's fucking talk, I guess. Great detective. So you're a great detective, are you? Sorry, what was your name again? Indeed, I am none other than the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Oh, I see. You're German? Herlock, was it? No, I have no air. I mean hair. I mean, I have hair. I mean, I don't. Please call me Sholmes. You can read all about my exploits in this exciting London publication. Oh yes, Randst magazine, full of wonderful short stories and interesting articles from Great Britain. I never miss an issue. I have it sent from England especially, so I guess like she's more like Emma and less like Maya, so sure. Ah yes, here it is. The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. So you're the protagonist in a series of short stories then? Indeed I am. And you've read so many of your own stories, you've started to think you really are a detective? I mean, like, if the stories were written about him and he hasn't written them, then, like, honestly, it follows to reason, yeah. Make no mistake, I'm not the poor, deluded fellow you take me for. Your inference is backward. Backward? My trusty biographer records my greatest detecting achievements and chronicles them in that magazine. You have a biographer, do you? Doesn't everyone? Mine goes by the name of Dr. Wilton, presently keeping shop in London. Is it actually his son or something? So how old is Sherlock Holmes? Herlock Sholmes here. 34? Okay. Not a person except me, apparently. I must say, thanks to that publication, I've been fantastically busy of late. Why, this very moment, I'm returning from Asia, having solved the mystery of a cursed royal crown. Really? I can't work out whether I should take this man seriously or not. Deduction, you see, is to me a science, logical reasoning in its purest form. A science? Really? The astute observer notices even the most subtle reactions in a subject. A furtive glance, a twitch of a muscle, a slight inclination of the posture. Fingernails, arm sleeves, furrows in the skin. All these things are data. Right. And the trained logician makes deductions from this data in the blink of an eye. The ultimate conclusion is, without fail, the truth. As I demonstrated only a few short moments ago, how can he look me in the eye and claim that? So you see, I have a turn for both for observation and for deduction, and fame. That is what makes me the one and only Herlock Sholmes. Alright. Have you managed to deduce anything about this particular case yet? Have I managed to deduce anything? My dear fellow. Who do you suppose discovered the culprit in his most cunning hiding place? That's right. It was none other than the great detective before you now, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. I see. In other words, I'm in these now because of him. When I became anxious about Kazuma-sama this morning, I summoned all of the crew members to force the cabin door open. And I concealed myself among the number, gaining entrance to the scene of the crime. He was like that kid that like followed Miyazaki and the team up to the stage during E3. Yes, luckily for everyone, the great detective Herlock Sholmes was on board, and the handcuffs seem to be an excellent fit, Mr. Naruto. The very moment I laid eyes on the scene, two facts were immediately apparent to me. Oh, really? Two facts, you say? Mr. Sholmes, tell us, please. What two facts were apparent to you when you came to the cabin this morning? Ah, yes, but first let us be precise. The two facts in question were immediately apparent to me. Yes, yes, I understand, but what were they? Allow me to elucidate. As follows. Locked from within, runner escaped from the culprit out of the question. The victim was Russian and killed following a dispute with an acquaintance. Hold on, Mr. Jones. What made you think the victim was Russian? Observe the dying message left behind by the victim on the floor. Oh! My gut is fighting back. That is the Russian word for wardrobe. Do you really think that Cosmo-san could have left a dying message here in Russian? In their final moments, many find their native tongue filling their head for this young man, Russian. Kazuma was Russian, was he? Initially, I considered Garderob may have been the name of the killer, a certain Robert Gard, perhaps. In the interest of thoroughness, I decided I would be wrong not to look inside the wardrobe there at least, where you found Mr. Naruto sleeping soundly. Quite so. I found you, the renowned Russian revolutionary killer. Oh my fucking god. Why is it that I'm Russian too? Oh, why indeed? Aha! I observed that you were wearing the same attire as the victim. In other words, you were acquainted, and if my memory serves, that outfit is a traditional dress of the Russian people. Oh my fucking god. Our school uniforms are the traditional dress of the Russian people? I had no idea, and I had no idea Detective could get something so wrong. I took a photograph of the victim and the message that I might analyze it for possible hidden details. Show us the picture! Oh, it is him. I still don't believe it. This was taken immediately after the young man was discovered, before the body was removed. Yes, Kazuma had already been taken away when I was woken up. Or when I woke up. This is the first time I've actually seen him like this. I don't believe it for a fucking second. Are you alright, Mr. Naruto? Oh, yes. Thank you. Can I ask you something, Mr. Sholmes? What, pray? You mentioned Russian before as well, didn't you? You know, when you said I was a fearsome revolutionary fleeing from Russia and all of that. Ah, yes, the train of reasoning that led me to the truth. Would you mind explaining the train of reasoning to me, do you think? Certainly, if it interests you. How many times I'm not Russian and I don't speak Russian? Can we talk about abduction before? The things you concluded about me, I mean. Ah, the now famously accurate troubling predicament you find yourself in. Actually, it was the other details that I was more hoping to discuss. You know, the merciless Russian revolutionary and assassin of 16 part? Ah yes, the more sordid details. It was a fairly commonplace deduction. Here we have this morning's paper. The main headline reads, Revolutionary Vilain Bolshevik. Flees Russia via Shanghai. Is it Vilain Bolshevik? Vilain Bolshevik. Am I missing something? Vilain Bolshevik. Villain Bolshevik. No, I don't see it. I have no idea. This vessel made a port call at Shanghai yesterday, and last night, the young Russian was murdered. Since when was Kazuma a Russian? Sounds like Mr. Sholmes has concluded he was Russian because of what Kazuma-sama wrote on the floor. It was a simple act of reasoning to realize that the culprit of his crime was the same merciless revolutionary, one who would kill the very man who helped him to escape after his true identity was discovered. Yes, you, Vilain Bolshevik. Bro, we can see his face on there. No, how could it be me? I don't look anything like this man, just look at his face. Well, you are a fearsome revolutionary after all. Therefore, you had no doubt lured to revolutionize your appearance as your... I will reach through the screen and fucking slap you. And I might add, your name does not appear on the ship's passengers list, need I say more? Well, that's because I'm a stowaway. What about the other details? 16 victims of the assassination and blowing up the Crystal Tower. Ah yes, the journalist clearly interviewed the man and printed all those particulars in the article. The deeds the man has perpetrated thus far, and those he is plotting. Yes, everything about the revolutionary Bolshevik was included. There can be no mistake. Do revolutionaries usually agree to interviews with newspaper reporters? I wonder. And what about the part where he said, I was just returning from Afghanistan? Also quite clearly stated here in the article. Bolshevik has recently returned after a period of subversive activities in the war-torn region of Afghanistan. Where even is it anyway, this Afghanistan place? Here, take the paper for yourself as a little memento of this great deduction. Oh, thanks. I've absorbed all that is of interest to me within these pages, but I see no rubbish bin nearby. Alright. And you may find the article in the back of the page of interest as well, on the back. Oh, and who are you? This is interesting. Have you found something relevant, Naruto-san? I mean, I do now. A replacement? Well, no, I mean, it looks like it might be interesting. I can't read a single word, I'm afraid. No, nor can I, but look at this picture. Perhaps it's about a beautiful young Russian princess, do you think? She is very pretty, isn't she? I suppose you enjoy articles like this, do you? I don't know, I can't make any sense of it. Ah, I'm glad you've noticed this article. Ah! Allow me to give you a short summary of its contents. Oh, thank you. He pops up everywhere, this Mr. Sholmes. I wonder if he's gonna pop up if you like just read it like in some random place. It's about the disappearance of a young lady last night. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. During a performance in Shanghai, the famous dancer was reported missing. She is, of course, the talented young Nikolina Pavlova. Why are Russian names so hard to remember? They do have a lot of syllables, don't they? They have like very simple syllables, but there's like a lot of them at each name. It would appear the woman was in costume when she was found to be missing from her dressing room. Wearing the diamond tiara you see pictured, which is worth some 20,000 rubles. Okay, so like $2. Oh, how much is 20,000 rubles? I have no idea, but I'm quite sure. It must be an unbelievable sum of money, so that the sun's eyes are shining like diamonds themselves. The tiara is the property of the Novovich Ballet. It would seem the director is beside herself with worry. Yes, I'm not surprised. The company's most anxious to recover both Miss Pavlova and the valuable tiara. They have requested international assistance at all ports with sailings to Great Britain. Could this be another case of a Russian fleeing his or her country? It does seem to be the Russian thing to do. I'm not even going to dignify that with a response, Mr. Naruto. That was really fucking random, but okay. Oh, we just get another piece of evidence. Interesting. It's all written in Russian. I couldn't hope to read it. It's almost like we just have no idea anymore. I'm supposed to watch this last the article. Maybe there might be a picture or two. There was. A pretty good one. Alright. What else? Before we started talking, you were examining Kazuma's desk, weren't you? Kazuma? Ah, yes, the victim. Did you notice anything useful? Anything at all? Observe for a moment the desktop of the victim. We see that the victim was engaged in penning some text. London diary. Kazuma was keeping notes of the trip. Ah, but... I don't think she was private. Just fucking read it! Tragic, and something you ought to perhaps elucidate before the act of reading. You mean you've read it already? It is my business to know what other people do not. Yes, believe it or not, I know a smattering of Japanese. Oh, I see. Well, you're about to know what a Sasada takedown is. Are you going to throw the detective with one of your trademark takedowns? I'm sorry, Naruto-san. What on earth do you mean? Life is so unfair. Can we, like, get an assistant that's on our side for once? You know what? Fucking take her back. Give me Maya back. Like, give me Maya, give me Trucy. I mean, yeah, give me Maya or give me, like, Trucy back. Fuck this shit. Anyway, to return to the matter at hand, namely this diary belonging to the victim, it would appear the final sentence is incomplete, as if the author were cut short. Tell me, what is the nature of the writing? Pray be precise as to details. Oh, but I thought you knew Japanese. A smattering, dear boy, a smattering. Sayonara, bonsai, mikado, nado nado. Are those last two words? I trust you're suitably impressed. Aha! This diary is littered with complicated-looking characters, of which I can precisely read none. So was all that showing off about before then? If you would be so kind as to show me, I would be happy to read it to you, Mr. Sholmes. I'm much obliged, my dear madam. These are just two short sentences. The first reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. A whistling sound. These are very deep waters. Pray go on. The second sentence reads, 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? What on earth does that mean? I have no idea. Let's go look at the ventilator. I've never heard that expression before. The ventilator grill, you say? The man was presumably referring to the grill. To the lattice there on the wall, which connects to the adjoining cabin. Yes, the adjoining cabin. Consider for the time being, at least. Can we look at this? No? Eat a dick, game. Do you have somewhere to go? As it happens, the victim's writings in his diary have piqued my interest. The matter warrants further investigation, I believe, and if I'm still too long, the seasickness takes hold. Oh, I suppose you're thinking of investigating the cabin next door, which the ventilator connects to. Great detectives are a curious breed. Our minds are rebel at stagnation. We crave mental exaltation. So yes, I intend to investigate. Hence, the truth will become clear soon enough. Do you think perhaps that we could go with you? No, that would be somewhat complicated. What? But why? A simple glass at your wrist should reveal the answer. Oh, these. After all, you're the prime suspect in this matter. No? There's no point trying to turn it into a question. You're the one who decided I was the culprit in the first place. Whatever do you mean? I have no recollection of naming you as the culprit at any point. You must be joking. You just said it only a moment ago. Dear me, you are clearly misguided. I would have no cause to say such a thing. Well, actually, Mr. Sholmes, I did hear you say that too. You're quite sure? Well, that's very strange. Okay, so there's like an imposter. He disguised himself as Kazuma, and he disguised himself as Sholmes. Okay, I'm confused now. I wouldn't have said you had the face of a criminal, you know. Not really. So, what? Were you looking at my knees before? Some great detective you are. Well, anyway, that was then and this is now. What do you mean? What I mean, sir, is this. If you are the culprit, then you must play the part more convincingly. Roll over and accept your fate. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Ah, 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 ah. Now he's just being plain rude. And off he goes, having just laughed in my face. His sense of humor is as twisted as his name. Now hold on, son. What are you just standing there for? I mean, I'm fucking handcuffed! And you fucking tossed me on the floor! Go away! We must go and investigate the cabin next door as well. Aren't you forgetting something? What about these? Is anyone struggling to leave us a clue? You're willing to give up? You're just going to roll over and accept your fate? No, you keep rolling me over. Bro, what is this? Are we supposed to find this endearing? Like, the first time it's fine, but like, it's just... It's gonna be a running gag? Is this just gonna be a fucking thing? As if you gave me any choice in the rolling over part. I think we still have some investigating to finish off in here first, don't we? Let's carry on examining what we can in this cabin while we wait for a chance to slip next door. Good idea. Shouldn't look good for me, but there are still things I can do to help myself. Nice hello to Kazuma. To do everything I can to find a way out of this and bring the real culprit to justice. Alright. Is that... Yeah, isn't that the guy? Oh no, it's just that crewman standing there by the door. I can help feeling I've seen him somewhere before. Oh yes, you're right, he does look familiar. Yes! Excuse me, sir. Yes, what can I do for you? Do you just like show up in disguises everywhere? Is this like your thing? Like you're gonna have a different outfit? When do we get to oh god, are you gonna be a maid in the UK? Are you gonna be an actual butler? Oh, that'd be so good. You'd be perfect for it. I recognize that face, but it can't be. Oh, there it is. It is. I didn't know you were here, Inspector Hosonaga. Hello again. What are you doing here? I think that should be my line. I was so stunned when I saw you, my heart stopped. Nearly stopped, I hope. No, stopped. I heard you're single now. I received some special orders to go undercover as a member of the crew and board the ship. Sell your soul to me. Let me be your butler. You certainly seem to enjoy undercover work, Inspector. If there's anything I can do to help you, please ask. Are you evil? I never expected to see this man on board. But perhaps his presence can help me out of this hopeless situation. He's like kind of spooky. I really hope he isn't evil. I really like this character. He's just, I love his goofy fucking, yeah. It's just so good. All right, more conversation. Special orders. So what are your special orders this time, Inspector? Yes, and why are you dressed as a member of the crew? I'm so sorry. Hmm? This is all my fault. I take full responsibility. For what exactly? My orders were to act as Asogi-san's bodyguard. It was Minister of Justice Jigoku. Okay, so that's the mastermind who pushed for this overseas study tour to go ahead. And he entrusted me with ensuring that Asogi-san reached Great Britain without being assassinated. Assassinated? How could that even have been a possibility? I'm not sure. But these are complicated times. Maybe he is dead. Maybe, like, it's supposed to be, oh, and then we have to, like, actually take over his mantle. But I feel like this is too fucking stupid. Why would you write fucking Russian? This is the big thing for me. But these are complicated times. There are tensions between the world's greatest powers. Minister Jigoku said we should prepare for all eventualities. Maybe he came in dressed as Kazuma Asogi. Maybe he came in like impersonating Kazuma because he was supposed to like replace Kazuma, and then Kazuma killed him, and then like just darted off somewhere because he was like being targeted for being assassinated. Minister Jigoku said we should be prepared for all eventualities. Maybe Kazuma's right there. This is incredible. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama was assassinated? Obviously, we couldn't give Asogi-san a visible security escort. Which is why I'm undercover now, posing as one of the crew. I see. Do we? And I didn't take my eyes off him the entire time we've been on board, from morning until night, every day. But I never imagined it would happen here, inside his own cabin. Not here in the first class deck. Oh, holy fucking shit. No, co-pilot, fuck off. I failed miserably at my assignment, and Asogi-san is dead as a result. I'm a disgrace. All I can do is humbly apologize. Inspector. So, if there's anything at all I can do to help now, just say the word. Yeah, take these fucking cuffs off! This is for... like, I only put this off when Kazuma's around. We're doing what we can to investigate Kazuma's death ourselves. I thought you might be. You didn't do it, did you? You're not the killer? Of course not! We'd really like to investigate the cabin next door. Yes, so we need to be allowed out of this cabin. Oh, that was us. I'm sorry. What? You've been deemed a risk to the ship's safety if you move to even touch the handle of the cabin door. That stormy-looking seaman there would surely snap your neck in two. I suppose I'm not just a stowaway now that think I'm a murderer as well. Would it be possible to give me something to work with, do you think? I'm going to need something persuasive. What do you mean? If I had a solid reason why the next door cabin should be investigated, for example. I'd do everything I could to persuade the captain to allow it. Really. I'd lay my life on the line if I had to. But I don't see how... Is that the captain? There's no way. There may be a way. What? Really? Think of how you tried to persuade me of your innocence, Naruto-san. Presenting me with a piece of evidence that you already had in your possession. Evidence? It was the same as when you were in court. You must have done it many times during your trial. Yeah, I got it. And choose present and stick it in Hosunaga's face. Yes. Alright, yes, I think I may know what we can use. Let's see if I can present the detective with the evidence he needs to persuade the captain. Yes, yes, yes. Alright. Even though right now I think, like, this is more compelling, but sure, we'll present this. Ah, this is the paper seal that was stuck over the wardrobe doors this morning, isn't it? That's right, to try to stop the cabin steward opening up and discovering me. Wouldn't it have been better to write it in English if you didn't know Russian? Maybe, but all food paper amulets like this are a part of our culture, Inspector. And I thought if I made it look creepy enough, people would be too scared to want to look inside. It isn't easy being a stowaway, is it? But yeah, so we're... What do you say to this? Have you seen this photograph yet, Inspector? Oh dear, are you alright, Inspector? Yes, sorry, I'm fine. I was hoping to hide my upset. With a fit of coughing and sputtering, I'm usually very good at it. But trying to stifle my feelings seemed to have stifled my cough this time. It's all so sad. Asogi-san was such a promising young man. The Empire has such high hopes for him. I had such high hopes for him, even though I'm just a detective. We're all gonna miss you, Kazuma. Alright, fine. Let's just fucking present it to him. This? What's this? It's Kazuma's diary. Just before he died, Kazuma-sama wrote something rather strange in his diary. Strange? In what way? He wrote, what looks like some kind of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. A speckled band? That is strange. Yes, we're trying to work out what he meant by that, but what I'd like to know is... Don't tell me the ventilator. Is it? You're very astute, Inspector. That ventilator clearly joins to the next door cabin. That's right, so if we could investigate in there, we might be able to work out what the speckled band was. Alright then. I can't leave this cabin at the moment. I'm stuck here until we arrive at the next port. The captain has given me strict orders to guard the scene of the crime, you see. I'll have to entrust the investigation to you. Really? You're willing to do that? Yes, as long as you don't leave the first-class cabin area. I'm afraid I can't remove those handcuffs, though. But what about the captain? Aren't you going against his direct orders? I'm a man of my word. And I promise you that I'll lay my life on the line if that's what it takes to convince the captain. After all, I failed to keep Asogi-san safe. This is the least I can do. Thank you. Let's seize the moment then, Naruto-san. Just select move and we can leave this cabin at last. Move! Alright, let's see what we can find out. Thank fucking God. Let's get the fuck out of here. What the fuck is this? Is that a mousetrap? Whew! Finally out of that cabin! I have to admit, this isn't quite what I was expecting. It's less spacious out here than I thought it would be. And this is the most luxurious accommodation. Yes, indeed. Kazuma-sama was being sent on the study tour by the government. That's why he was being put up in a first-class cabin. Even still, this is about twice as large as my accommodation in steerage. Really, that must be awful. Oh, look over there. There's another crewman keeping watch, and he looks enormous, even sitting down. That's quite the shirt you got there, my guy. The door next to him leads to the second-class accommodation. I suppose he's making sure that no one comes in here who shouldn't. I suppose... like people in handcuffs? Naruto-san, you look like a little boy visiting a toy shop for the first time. I would have thought you'd be used to the ship by now. You've been at sea for 2 weeks already. Like, are you, like, do you have dementia? Well, yes, I know, but the thing is, I was inside Cosimo's trunk when I first came aboard. And ever since then, I've been shut up inside that little wardrobe. Must have been a very trying time for you. Please, don't give me that pitying look. Alright. Can we look at the mousetrap? Ah, a trap for catching mice. Yes, we have plenty of those back home in Japan. All they seem to be using a lump of chalk or something as bait. Let me see. Yes, I think that's what it's called. Cheese. It's made from the milk of cows. Did Japan not have cheese at this time? Cheese? I wonder what that tastes like. You can't eat it, Naruto-san. The trap will snap shut on your fingers. Really? But, I suppose you're right. You weren't actually going to try it, were you? All I've had to eat for the past couple of weeks is Kazuma's leftovers. You don't know how hungry I've been in that wardrobe. Poor you, I'll find a little snack for you later. Okay. What do you think this is? It's a very pleasing shape, isn't it? It sure is. That's the emergency alarm. It's probably best not to touch it. Probably isn't. Oh, an alarm. It says, press only in times of emergency. It looks as though it sets alarm bells ringing all over the ship, and brings the vessel to a complete stop. Oh, this I have to see. I fucking love our character, man. Our character is... He's like the most normal, rational human character so far. Everyone else seems like a fucking anime character. And that's not a fucking good thing to be. But this is an emergency situation. Just look at these handcuffs. Oh, dude, we're fucking great, actually. You know, full well that's not what the alarm is for. Fucking spoiled sport. You're the worst. If we were to bring this vessel to a standstill for no good reason, you'd be in an even worse situation. Haha, I wish everything would just stop. The ship included. If you have to do something foolish, at least make it something that doesn't affect anyone else. Alright, okay, Mom. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-sama wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Well, like a glory hole? Maybe whoever is in the cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. Oh, it actually is just too short for you, huh? Oh, what's with the marks on your face? What's wrong with your fucking face? Excuse me, we, need to get inside this cabin here. Let's see how those eyes speak volumes. They're clearly saying keep out. That's what I wrote on the sign we put over the wardrobe doors, although this man's version is definitely more effective. It doesn't look like he's going to let us pass. That's a problem. Oh, we can click on it. Thank fucking God. What about this? Looks like a plan of the SS Buria. It shows each deck. Look. The Buria is a large-scale steamship with a triple-skinned hull. What a marvel of engineering. Well, it's been playing on my mind for a while now, actually, but how is it that such a huge lump of metal doesn't just sink to the bottom of the ocean? Okay, we're fucking done. I mean, like, buoyancy, some people just don't really think it's fucking whatever. Oh, that's really quite simple, Naruhodo-san. Is it? It is? Well, consider the Japanese archipelago. The islands of Japan? Yes, they're not metal, but they are enormous lumps of earth. Many, many times larger than the ship. And they don't sink, do they? They've been floating happily on the sea since the gods created them. Okay, never mind, I thought you were about to be like, oh yeah, yeah, science, bitch! But no, you're a fucking idiot too. Excuse me, but could I ask you something? You little stowaway murderer! That wasn't a good start, was it? Alright, let me try instead. Good day, Mr. Sailor. I'm so sorry to trouble you, but could I perhaps ask something of you? You little third-class lady's maid. Oh my fucking god. We seem to have caught this sailor on a bad day, Sasato-san. I am not sailor. My mother gave me name. I am senior crewman, Beef Stroganoff. Of course you are. Woo, the best thing is just avoid eye contact, I think. Yeah, just go find a can opener. Mr. Stroganoff. About this first-class cabin area. Here we are in the finest part of Buria steamship. For very important persons. What sort of very important persons? Government officials, kings and queens traveling in secret, many important persons. That is why I am always guarding this place. Gosh, that's amazing. But somehow I let stupid stowaway inside. I want to pick you up and throw you into an ocean. But Stroganoff is not animal. Stroganoff is beef. Thank you? If I may, I was wondering, is the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's currently preoccupied? Da! Susan, did you understand that? It sounded like da! I think it's probably Russian for yes, or no, it's yes, genius. It is not permitted to visit other cabins without invitation. Well, it sounds like there is somebody in the next door cabin at least. Yes, it's tantalizing. Could you tell us who's traveling in the cabin next to Mr. Osogi's? His name is Mr. Grimesby Roylott. Grimsby by Roylott. Mr. Grimes by Roylott. Mr. Grimes by Roylott. Grimes by Roylott. Yeah, I don't see it. He is very important Western gentleman. A Western gentleman? Do not think about it. He has nothing to do with murder of student boy. How can you be so sure about that? Mr. Roylott. Is authentic Western gentleman. I mean, we had a authentic Western gentlewoman just fucking homiciding peeps. Such a man would have no interest in lowly student from insignificant Far East Islands. That was harsh. Could you tell us when Mr. Roylott came on board? That is not your business. Come to think of it. Even though we've been at sea for 2 weeks now, and I've been in Kazuma's cabin the entire time, I never once heard anything from the next door cabin, or even felt like there's anyone there. Well, presumably, since the gentleman is occupying one of the first-class cabins, he must be rather important, is that right? That is not your business. Are you on watch here all the time? Seaman Stroganoff? Da, all time, so criminals like you cannot come in or get out. Yeah, Mr. Seaman Stroganoff? I wonder, could you tell us anything about last night at all? Yeah, dude, I'm a grown-ass man, surely. It is said about student boy. Were you on watch last night as well? Of course. And did you notice anything at the time? Anything unusual? Yet! Suzato-san, did you understand that? It was clearly a no! I saw nothing unusual. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Oh, I love it when they look away! And you didn't hear any strange noises or sense anything that was wrong in some way? I said no! Actually, you said niet. Sorry. I'm not so sure. I could have sworn that he wouldn't catch my eye for a moment there. Alright, when do we develop our superpowers? This is enough. I cannot say more now. Oh. It is time for me to report to Captain. You must return to cabin. Yes, alright. We just accomplished fucking nothing. Bulkhead to second class area is staying locked at all times. You escape when the lobster whistles on top of mountain, or as English say, when the pigs fly. Yes, I understand. Good, now we can investigate this area properly, shall we? Definitely. Also, he just leaves, but we get to talk to him first. Interesting. We can't sniff a share. That's real unfortunate. That's the way to the second class area of the ship. Is something wrong? I was thinking about making a run for it just for a moment. Young man. Things aren't exactly going well for me. I might be wrong, but I imagine the moment you reach for the handle of the door, that burly seaman would surely shoot you. And then you'd be Seaman Stroganoff. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Perhaps I went a little too far there. Yeah, not without Kazuma. No, I started with my talk of running away. There's no way I could run away while Kazuma's death remains a mystery anyway. The book on top of the table there really is huge. There's a pen with it too. Yep, that's a ship's log. Shall we have a little look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Huh. Well, isn't that just a bit strange. Just a little odd. Huh. This is it. This is the cabin next to ours, the one with the ventilator connects to. Yes, the ventilator from which Kazuma-san somehow wrote that he saw a speckled band emerging. Maybe whoever's in this cabin can help solve that particular mystery. Let's ask. No answer. We're out of luck, it seems. There's no one in there to help with our inquiries. How annoying. Ah! What was that? It came from the inside the cabin. Such a high-pitched scream. It must have been a woman. Stand aside. Must break the door down. Mr. Sholmes! I shan't be stopped. When the fit is on me, I revel in kicking the doors off their hinges. Please, wait, Mr. Sholmes. The door doesn't appear to be bolted. It doesn't? Then dispatch this muscular rage. What, pray, can I kick? Alright. Who are you? A Western gentleman. Scissors ready. This man looks Russian to me. Does he? Damn, I haven't played Advance Wars in a while. We heard a woman scream. A woman? Don't be absurd. As you can see, there's nobody but me in this cabin. Yeah, a fucking assassin. True, this old man does appear to be the only person in here. But in that case, who just screamed? Get out, all of you, now! Is that the speckled band? Dude, did Kazuma really get taken out by this fuck? Please excuse the intrusion, but you're Mr. Grimesby Roylott, I believe. Yes, that is me, and you are. Alright. I mean... I guess if he, like, grows the beard out around here, or if he, like, packed on a few more pounds, maybe, but, like, the mustache is definitely a little thick. For sure. So that's me, and you are. The one and only, the actual Sherlock Holmes. You've heard of me, no doubt. No. I'm a great detective among detectives, who adorns the covers of popular magazines, no less. So I assure you, you may trust me completely. Man uses the magazine like a business card. A detective? I do not trust detectives. We distinctly heard a scream emanating from within these walls. There wouldn't appear to be a lady concealing herself within the wardrobe this time. So might I be so bold as to ask you to open the... You're a fucking idiot. If she's in that bag, motherfucker, how could anyone fit in a small trunk like that? Well, it's quite fashionable these days, is it not, traveling inside one's trunk? Don't look at me. Oh my, did you No fucking way. Yes, the case just shook. Leave now, otherwise I'll call the steward. So this is Kazuma's neighbor, Mr. Grimesby Roylott. I still can't see it. There's no doubt about it. This strange Russian man is hiding something. I couldn't agree more. Let's see if we can find some clues before that burly sailor returns. I'm not even gonna question it. Can we see this fucking bag? Please, Mr. Sholmes. You only address me as Sholmes. That's what I just said, isn't it? Well, Mr. Sholmes, what were you doing in there? Why, I was resting, of course. Resting? Indeed. I was contemplating our sea voyage from the confines of the wardrobe whilst waiting. Waiting for the inevitable time. That you would need to call my great powers of deduction into service. Oh! And it would seem the hour is upon us. The time has come, and so have I! Am I mistaken? Yes. No, actually, you're spot on for once. Is he? Observe closely. Russian host in this cabin, Mr. Roylott, is clearly trying to hide something. And do you know what is the most effective weapon to use against a Russian hiding a secret? Vodka? Why? The truth, of course. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say, so vodka. Though it should be pointed out that such methods are not exclusive for Russians. Vodka is pretty universal. Right. Can you imagine how the Russian will react when he sees when the secret he guards so closely is exposed? Would you like to witness it? Oh yes, please. Well then, what you are about to see may well astound you. I'm sure it will. For I must apply my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Great detectives, greatly admired, great... Okay, I read that correctly. I fucking hate you. Could this man be a more hackneyed portrayal of a dubious Russian man, I ask you? What? From time to time it occurs to me. Is the fellow dubious on account of his Russianness, or Russian on account of his dubiousness? I really don't think either of those things should be occurring to you. Or anyone! That's right, and Mr. Sholmes. I know this man's beard and dark glasses are hard to ignore, especially on first meeting, but I once read, "It is a capital mistake to theorize before you have all the evidence. It biases the judgment." Shh. I must have complete silence. Zavari! What are you doing? Why are you peering in my face like that? Ah, just as I thought. Yes, I've quite made up my mind now. Hmm? There can be no other explanation that accommodates all the facts. Mr. Roylott, I have reached two incontrovertible conclusions. What? What do you mean? Number one, your true identity is that of a villain. Using those shears, you're about to end the existence of something most dear. Are you not? Huh? Why were you brandishing that shit the entire time? The picture drawn is, you are, at this very moment no less, in the midst of committing a most grievous crime. Beneath that beard, your mouth quivers with nervous tension as you realize you have been discovered. Does not yank whatever the fuck this is out of his pocket. Ah! Oh, Naruto-san, I've never imagined I would witness one of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions with my own eyes. That was a great deduction? Nothing can deceive Mr. Sholmes. In a single glance, he deduced all there is to know about a person. Uh-huh. What ineffable twaddle. I've experienced the toxic impact of his reduction firsthand. And it's like a dream come true. I can hardly believe it, but all the color is drained from Mr. Roylott's face. I mean, I'm pretty sure we look the exact fucking same. His promotions were right. How could you... How could I possibly know such things, you wish to say? Very well then, I shall elucidate. I should explain how it was that I arrived at this pair of conclusions. So I cordially invite you upon a journey of logical discovery. Let us board the train of reasoning. But plainly, let us work through my deductions together. Oh, this is a game mechanic. Alright, we get to fucking play the game. Obviously, we'll catch the in the first place. Is the enormous pair of shears in your hand. And we ask ourselves, what could possibly fall such an implement? The answer, of course, is staring us in the face. On the verge of using the shears to cut away. The copious beard... Now, moving on. The question then begged is this: why would you desire to rid yourself of this magnificent a lot? B-Roy? Byroy? Baroylot? Grimes Baroylot? I still don't get it. Once again, the answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. Regard, if you will, the morning's paper. In particular, the fascinating front page article. Which, it would appear, you have also read, Mr. Roylott. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The evidence that reveals your true identity is the article about the revolutionary. In translation, the headline reads, Revolutionary Villain Bolshevik flees Russia via Shanghai. As you cannot fail to observe, the subject of the article possesses an extremely copious beard. Having noted the article yourself, you decided to remove your incriminating facial hair before it gave you away. In short, your true identity is beyond doubt. You are the fearsome Russian revolutionary himself, Violin Borshikov. Now that I've heard of you myself, you understand. This is so fucking long. Now, as for my second conclusion. You are at this very moment on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime. Over there! Oh yes, Mr. Roylott. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. And I assure you, the eye speaks so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answer we seek lies where the furtive glance failed. Fault. It wasn't this, he was looking this way, it was at the fucking bag, I think. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, the traveling case. It is time, I think, the case be opened and its contents laid bare. No, I refuse. What could you possibly be concealing inside, we ask? By my estimation. A young lady, perhaps, one slight enough to fit therein. Don't be absurd. And what, pray, would be the identity of this young lady in the traveling case? Dear me, we're not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you. Once again, we only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. Yes, the reason you refuse to open your traveling case can equally be found in the pages of this newspaper. For there's another most stimulating article. We turn from the fleeing revolutionary to the back of the page. renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet, disappeared from Shanghai. Such a headline can lead us to but one conclusion. Your crime is that of abduction, and according to the article, the young lady's name is Nikolina Pavlova. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this Russian enigma. Elementsky. What? Huh. Susato-san. That wasn't one of the great deductions I've been hearing so much about, was it? Well, the stories are full of Mr. Sholmes' brilliant deductions, you know. But that did seem a little different somehow. Excuse me, Mr. Sholmes, could you come over here for a moment? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about your deductions, would you mind? Not at all, go on. Well, to start with, there's the newspaper article. I think we had the same discussion before, but... these two men look nothing like each other. Ah yes, we recall our discussion earlier, and at the time, I believe I told you that the man is a revolutionary, well able to revolutionize his own appearance. In fairness to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Roylott does look more like this man than you do. That's not the point. And another thing, the part about him abducting the ballerina. Indeed, a truly startling revelation. At first glance, the case would appear too small to accommodate a young woman. Not just at first glance, it is too small. Clearly, you'd be lucky to fit a 5-year-old child into that case, even if you push her really hard. I don't suppose the missing ballerina is a 5-year-old child, is she? You mean you don't know? No, the young lady is 15. No, I didn't know. How could I? Well, if she's 15, then 10 years worth of her will be poking out of that case. Some years ago, I read something pertinent, I believe. A troop of men consuming... When does Mia... Where is Mia? When do we get our Mia? A troop of men consuming vinegar daily in order to promote a certain litheness in their bodies. Vinegar? For such a sour bunch, it surely would be simplicity itself to contort oneself into the confines of the small case. Oh my god, I just read that. I'm thinking of contortionists in the circus, Mr. Sholmes. This whole thing is turning into a circus. Mr. Naruhodo, something's occurred to me on Mr. Sholmes' deduction just now. I think his powers of observation are, well, magical. His eyes cut to the heart of a matter almost instantly. It's just where he directs his attention and his logic that seem a little off. Your idea of a little may be a little off itself, Mr. Sato. It's just one or two keywords and deductions that seem... Yeah, we're supposed to fix it. I understand, game. Might perhaps tactfully switch them for alternatives. What do you think? Switch some keywords to instructions? Yes. But very tactfully, I feel sure if we could do that, we'd unlock the true genius of Mr. Sholmes' great deductions. Precisely the thought that was going through my own mind. This man is... Both of them are! I wonder how anyone puts up with me. Yeah, it's a real mystery. It's not that funny. Ah, and you, my good fellow, sorry? Take a moment to look at your wrist. My wrist? Are they fucking gone? Thank fucking God. Where are your handcuffs? How did... I felt they may hinder your ability to follow me in our dance of deduction. I don't believe it. I'm free! Mr. Sholmes, you are a marvel. And don't worry, I shall restore the shackles to your wrists when we are finished. I'm not worried. In fact, I'd rather stay like this. So, let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular! Spectacular! Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Do we present? No, we don't. Okay. I'm not sure. Would you really use shears like that to cut off a beard? No, he's using that to fucking kill something or stab something. Something I'll ever have to worry about isn't quite set right with me, though. It doesn't seem to be sitting right with Mr. Roylott either. It means, I suppose, the deduction is wrong. Sure, we're here, Naruto-san, and see if it helps. Alright, but how? I think we should start by taking a long, hard look at Mr. Roylott. So if it the sense of Mr. Sholmes' deduction better, then what? Then I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Naruto-san. Why am I the one to do something about this? Because we have to do everything. Well, anyway, let's see if there's anything we could... What's going on? What exactly was Mr. Roylott really going to use those enormous shears for? Oh, are you the ballerina? What's this? It looks like a cascade of stunning golden locks. No, the color is not the point. The point is, what's it doing in the back of Mr. Roylott's head? And how is it growing from underneath this thick black hair? Well, yes, that's true, so it's stunningly beautiful and stunningly surprising. Something's definitely not right here. Oh, I like this! You're on the verge of using the shears to cut away the golden locks part. Okay, I like this now. Indeed, you have identified the precise detail I was intending to expose. Alright, fine, we can be bros. Fine. Such lush golden hair certainly does not befit an old man. Because it's not, it's fucking her! Oh, you're a woman, and judging from your length and the sheen of your hair, one's still very much in her youth. Oh no! If only I'd managed to cut off my hair, no one would have suspected. Question then begged is this. Grimesby Roylott. Grimesby Roylott. Like, does this, why would you desire to hide yourself in these magnificent locks? The answer is plain. Okay. I'm curious. I have to know. Oh, it's an actual character! Dr. Grimesby Roylott was a British doctor and the last surviving member of the impoverished, once noble Roylott family. He had a confrontation with Sherlock Holmes after his stepdaughter, Helen Stoner, asked Holmes to investigate her sister's mysterious death. Huh, that's interesting. Okay. Once again, I mean, I should probably read more Sherlock Holmes. The answer is plain. We have clear evidence to shed light on the matter. I'm sure it needs no further clarification. The dance of deduction. The deduction dance. The evidence that reveals its true identity is the article about the revolutionary. No. Well, that was a shock. Really didn't want me to disguise, did you? What? Why are you staring at me like that? Yes, it was a surprise, Naruto-san. You're enjoying this, aren't you? I really am! Sorry, you look like you're in your element as you dance around the room. Did you see the facts with Mr. Sholmes? I really am. I'm just doing what we agreed. I'm not having fun or anything, Baka. This is strictly business, not strictly... Calm... yes, I understand. Say no more. Well, anyway, let's focus on this next part of Mr. Sholmes' induction, shall we? The evidence that he's picked out doesn't fit the facts at all now. No, that's true, given that Mr. Roylott is actually a woman. Exactly, he, or rather she, can't possibly be this merciless revolutionary. I suppose it's because induction as a whole has taken a different direction now. Yes. Let's switch the evidence for something else, and that fits the facts as we understand them. For some reason, this woman needed to try to hide her true identity. I feel as though I've either read or heard about a young woman in a situation like this recently. Alright, I'll do my best. It is Nicolina.
Yes!
Was that her name? The evidence that revealed her true identity is, of course, the article about the ballerina. That's right, you've hit the nail on the head. Renowned prima ballerina of the Novovich Ballet disappears from Shanghai. It would appear we were finally able to address you by your true name. Yes, because your true identity is that of the Novovich Ballet's prima ballerina. Miss Nikolina Pavlova. Ah! That was impressive. You're right. My real name is Nina. I mean, Nikolina Pavlova. But please, I beg you, don't tell anyone. A ballerina on the run. Now, as for my second conclusion, you are, at this very moment, on the brink of committing a most grievous crime. And the proof of this crime? Over there! Oh yes, Miss Pavlova. Taken unawares, people have a propensity to let their eyes stray, you see. Ah, so I assure you, the eyes speak so much more eloquently and honestly than the mouth. The answers we seek lies where the furtive glance falls. The proof of your crime sits before our very eyes. Yes, that traveling case. No, it's the fucking bag. This woman is the ballerina, and she's right in front of our eyes. So clearly she can't be inside the traveling case as well. No, that's right, it seems she wasn't abducted at all. In which case, what is the crime this young woman is apparently committing? Ha, I can see I'm going to step in and fix the great detective's mistake again. He seems to look pleased, Naruto-san. Do you like the idea of another chance to dance around with Mr. Sholmes? Stop it! I only have eyes for Kazuma! Anyway, there must be something else here that shows what this woman is up to.
Yes!
Oh, that was like kind of rude. Your crime is surely this tiara. Ah! I believe this tiara is worn on stage by dancers in the Novovich Ballet, is it not? Indeed, it would appear to be identical to the tiara pictured here in this newspaper article. And if the reporting is to be believed, it is an item worth 20,000 rubles. In summary, the crime you have committed is theft! Oh no. Yes, you left your ballet troupe unlawfully, taking their precious tiara with you. Ah! I have no one, no family, no friends. I am all alone and I need money. But I did not steal the tiara. It was a present from, how do you say, an Earl of Prussia. It belongs to me. This girl is only 15 years old, and she's run away all by herself. She must have been extremely lonely. Alright, I will tell you everything. There is no point in hiding it now. Come, come, let us not be hasty. What? There remains one unsolved mystery about— I'm just like, they're all just mixing together. Mystery? What do you mean? You have staunchly refused to open this traveling case of yours in our presence. It is reasonable to conclude, therefore, that there exists some reason why you wish it to remain closed. Is that not so, Miss Pavlova? My dear girl, there is no sense in playing games with me. Nothing escapes my attention. Indeed, I have a very good idea of the contents of your case even before you ever laid eyes on them. Dear me. We are not well suited to a life of crime, are we? Your careless coup d'oeil betrays you once again. We need only follow your furtive glance to find the answer. As the reason why you refuse to open your case is written on the books on the shelf. He's completely changed tack with his deduction now. I think Mr. Shalm is adapting his logic to changing circumstances, don't you? Maybe, but why has he suddenly brought the bookshelf into all of this? It's just a wild guess, surely. Oh, do you think so? Well, it doesn't seem likely that a reason why the young woman doesn't want to open her case would have been written in a book that doesn't even belong to her. Yes, that's true, but still. Miss Pavlova certainly did cast her eyes in that direction. I noticed it myself. Then there has to be another reason why she won't open her case. And it must be somewhere in the same area if that's where her gaze was involuntarily drawn. I agree, that's the only answer, whatever she has hidden inside that case. She revealed by following her gaze in the direction of the bookcase. What about this? It's a charming little picture, isn't it? What is it? Someone's climbing a steep mountainside? Or descending one, it seems to me. You've been on a flat sea for a while, maybe you start seeing hills and mountains and everything. It looks like these are all the same books that we have in our cabin. I suppose the steward likes to make sure passengers are planning to read for the long voyage. And have you noticed how all the books have fallen over, just like in Kazuma-sama's cabin? It's almost like someone's taking a sweep at them. Maybe Miss Pavlova, while she was practicing her ballet. Yeah, dude, training with her sword. Anyway, the point is, why don't we don't have time to look through all these books at the moment. We can if we wanted to, they're all in Russian. Well, that's a relief. Let's try our luck elsewhere. Alright, what about this? It's a metal door, the same as in Kazuma-sama's cabin. Yes, and the rather slim bolt is the same as well. This is a slim bolt? Well, if Miss Pavlova was actually glancing over at the door instead of the bookcase, that would suggest a desire to run away from this cabin. Maybe. These are the rules of passage for traveling in Siberia. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. So she has a pet in there. There was exactly the same notice in our cabin too. I wonder what happens if you break the rules. Oh dear, I'm sure the punishment would be severe in our Hobo-san. You'd probably be left to drift in the freezing cold ocean, or shut inside a tiny wardrobe for days on end. So I've actually been serving time for weeks now, have I? Alright.
Yes.
What are you wearing? Is this like fingerless gloves? Are we wearing fingerless gloves? Yes, the reason why you refuse to open your case is written in the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Is that the case of yours? Is something forbidden from the carriage on this vessel? That is a real reason why you refuse to open it, thus revealing its contents. As we've seen, the trunk wobbled from time to time, but no weapon or other dangerous item would move on its own accord. Which leaves but one possibility, Miss Pavlova. Inside your traveling case. Is the last item listed as forbidden in the vessel's rules of passage a pet? Of a prohibited animal. Elementary. Why did he say Elementsky the first time? Is it because, like, he fucked up? So clearly, you aren't who you say you were. There's also a pet plate down here. Like, they have to know. No, I'm not Grimsby Roylott. My real name is Nikolina Pavlova. Everything you said was correct. You absconded during one of your ballet company's performances in order to escape your homeland. Later that same night, you stole aboard this vessel, which couldn't have been easy. The Buria is a huge ship with a vast crew. Could she really have snuck on board without being noticed? In order to obscure your true identity, you somewhat recklessly took the guise of an old gentleman. And you intended to sever all links with your past by severing your long hair. Yet to a woman, hair is no trifling matter. My personal recommendation is to leave well alone. So if it was just you about to cut off your own hair, who was it that let out the scream we heard from outside the cabin? Tinkling the bell, why none other than this young lady naturally. Or like a full set of pipes if you ask me. I was so scared when I ran away in Shanghai, I was sure they would come looking for me. That's why I decided to, how do you say, disgust myself so no one would recognize me. As a result, you transform yourself into that of a questionable old man, I see. I put on fur hat and fake beard. Then just before you came in here, I saw in the newspaper, right on the page, there was a picture of me. I was so frightened, I couldn't stop from screaming. I knew that if I didn't change my appearance completely, they would find me. You couldn't fucking tuck your hair? You couldn't find some rope and like put that shit in your hat? So I decided to cut all my hair as fastly as possible. I picked up the scissors in my hand and... At that precise moment, we walked in through the annoyingly unlocked cabin door. Things happen like that sometimes, don't they? Things do indeed happen like that, from time to time. Are those two even talking about the same thing? There's just one more thing I'd like to know. What exactly do you have inside your traveling case? You were right, it's my dear friend inside, my only friend in the whole world. Please, don't tell anyone if the captain finds out, if you say to any of the crew. Your secret is safe with us, I assure you, but in return, you must tell us, in much detail as you can muster, about the events of last night. Yes. All right. I will tell you. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, wasn't it something? Mr. Sholmes' great deduction? I mean, it was mostly ours. It was certainly something, yes. I'm just not entirely sure what, but at least Miss Pavlova has agreed to tell us what she knows. That's incredible. Indeed, it is incredible. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, yes, what? Observe your wrists. Oh, they're back. Ah, your hands are cuffed again. What? But how? True to my word, I've restored your shackles. When and why? There is still a shadow of guilt cast over you, Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sorry to say. It can't be helped at the moment. Can't it? Really? Anyway, let's listen to what Miss Pavlova has to say. I can't go on not knowing. I have to find out what the speckled band that Kazuma-sama wrote about in his diary really was. Can we look at what she has inside the case? Don't touch! Huh? I will tell you what I know about last night, but please, you must not touch my things. How do you say, forbid it. Oh, sorry. That's why you should be, young man, what vulgar manners you have poking around in a young lady's private belongings. Neither shall I allow it. Hypocrite. Alright. Did you know that someone was killed in the cabin next door? To this one last night? One of the crewmen told me this morning when I was eating breakfast. The man who died, he was a friend of mine. Oh. That's why we're trying to find out what happened. Did you notice anything unusual last night? Perhaps you heard a strange noise, for example. Perhaps people talking. Perhaps the ship was absorbed in a wild tempest. Perhaps its steam engine exploded. Perhaps everyone on board would have noticed if that had happened. Miss Pavlova, is there anything you can tell us? I don't know. I'm sorry, but all I can think about last night was what I had done and whether they would find me. I didn't notice anything that would happen around me. Oh, I see. You've run away from your ballet company, haven't you? The Novovich Ballet. Da. I am traveling to Great Britain, and from there I want to go to America. I will never dance again. I want to forget everything about the ballet. I will start a new life. You wish to forget? A challenging proposition. When you have that striking tiara as a reminder. But the tiara is mine. I need it to live. I have no money of my own. The Novovich Ballet gives us only a little food and water, and we must dance all over the world. I had to run away. I had no choice. If I stayed, it would have killed me. So you ran away to protect yourself? Da, and the crew of the ship, they have all been kind to me. They let me come on board, and they said I could hide in this cabin. And that is indeed the truth, Miss Pavlova. It creates a most intriguing conundrum. Yes, it does. What do you think about it, Mr. Naruhodo? Me? Oh, well, yes, of course. I think we should hear Miss Pavlova's explanation. To what conundrum? I'm not sure, but... No, I want to know about the fucking friend! It's the friend you mentioned. So the friend you mentioned is inside your traveling case, is that right? I don't think animals are allowed to be on board according to the rules of passage. Oh, please, don't tell any of the crew that they found my precious... Then the burly Russian would bestir themselves in unison and throw you and your case overboard, no doubt. Oh! So reassuring, Mr. Sholmes. What sort of pet is your friend? A little puppy? It is, isn't it? Maybe an adorable little rabbit? Is it like a tiger? Ah, you credit Russia as a land with small rabbits, do you? Oh, don't they have small rabbits there then? You may well ask. I have no idea. Ah. You two are miserable bunglers when it comes to understanding the nature of a young ballerina's friends. Isn't it obvious? It must be a chicken. Really? Consider the benefits. A rousing wake-up call, daily fresh eggs. And when adversity strikes, it could satisfy the needs of sustenance. So you'd eat your friends, I'll remember that. It's a wolf! Will it appear this friend's identity is a closely guarded secret not to be revealed. Ah, ha, 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 ha. Is it a wolf or is it a tiger? Should be able to shed some light on it. Miss Pavlova, allow me to pose you a riddle. According to this newspaper, it was only yesterday that you absconded from the ballet. Now, that being the case, it must have been last night that you boarded this vessel. However, the SS Bluria stopped by no port last night. Ah, that's it, of course. So how is it, pray, that you come to be aboard? Now that I think about it, the crewman outside the cabin acted very strangely when we mentioned that. It was just after we asked him about when the occupant of this cabin came aboard. That is not your business. Yes, you're right. He did seem to be hiding something. An angel descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to the stage. Sorry, what was that? It is how the Russian newspapers described one of my performances. And that is how I came here too. I descended from the heavens because I am an angel. Okay. You're losing points rapidly. Considering English isn't your mother language, your description is very vivid. Mr. Sholmes once said, I never can resist a touch of the dramatic. It seems Miss Pavlova is the same. A genie is descended from the heavens, bringing grace and beauty to detection. Words once said about myself! A quote from a wonderfully extravagant advertisement for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, in fact. Yes, yes, Mr. Shoei. Anyway, it doesn't look like Miss Pavlova is going to tell us what really happened. Alright, so... what can we present her? Let's take a look at this. Oh, no, I don't know anything. Snarhoda, you're fighting the poor girl. Oh, sorry. I wasn't trying to. Can I show you this? I'm actually a university student from the Empire of Japan, you see. That means nothing to me. No, why would it? Mr. Naruhodo, if you're determined to flaunt your Yume badge, at least choose a Japanese person who might recognize it. Mr. Zelda, can I show you this? Oh, amazing. Maybe later. Oh, I can show Inspector Hatsunagetsu. Oh, we're so fucking happy. Man, dude, I love Ryunosuke. I love Ryunosuke. Now, he's no Phoenix. But I do like Ryunosuke so far. Miss Pavlova, about this article. You look so beautiful, like a fairy. I'm scared if my picture is in the newspapers. You poor girl. She's so young, just 15 years old. For her to have run away all by herself, she must have felt very, very alone. So what else can we show her? Do we show her this? Do you know anything about this? Miss Pavlova, about this article. Did you know about this merciless revolutionary already? Is this your dad? No. But when I saw the picture, I couldn't believe it. He looks just like me in my disguise. Does he? Huh? Am I the only one around here with eyes? Yes. The other man, the one wearing the brown, he also said so. He said we look the same. Yes, he says a lot of things, but I have a strong feeling that besides you and the great detective, you won't find another soul on this ocean who thinks there's any similarity there at all. Mr. Naruhodo, I wonder why you speak ill of Mr. Sholmes. Why are you not on our side? No, I wouldn't dream of it. On this, like... just fucking go the wackest fucking assistants. Alright, can we look at this now? Can we skip through it? Alright, so we can't, like, look at anything, I guess. She won't fucking tell us anything. Oh, what else is even left? This? This is a diary of my friend who passed away. His diary. Yes, and he wrote it last night before he died. Something a little unusual. It reads, 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. And then a few minutes later, 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. So it's a snake? She has a snake in here? A speckled band. I don't understand. It's strange, isn't it? But the ventilator he mentions joins this cabin, you see. It's up there on the wall. In other words, the cabin and the victim's cabin. This cabin and the victim's cabin are connected together. Oh! Miss Pavlova? Has something occurred to you? Does the speckled band the victim mentioned mean something to you? Or the whistling sound, perhaps? Whistling! Okay, so it's a fucking snake. No. I don't know anything. Oh. Excuse me, Mr. Roylott. Yes? What? Yeah, she is fucking fast. What the fuck? Captain would like to speak with you. You must come to Captain's quarters at once. Please. Alright, I will come now. What? You must leave now. Oh no, it's fine. Don't mind us. Yes, please, don't worry. Don't worry yourself, Mr. Roylott. Get out! The passenger said out, or do you want me to throw you out? It looks like we'll have to leave investigating this cabin until later. What a pity. We couldn't find the fucking snake. And so we lost our chance. Having still not managed to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin, we were unceremoniously chased out. That's to say, we were quite literally picked up and thrown into the passageway outside. Alright. You know what? I'm glad we're here, because this seems like the perfect spot to take a break, honestly. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we managed to find some clue as to what the speckled band might be. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. Why we'll never get past the sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us, as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh yes, he's completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Alright. Chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why you look like that? You want something? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm? Oh, no, definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I show you where lobsters spend winter. Understand? Understand. I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Yeah, that's pretty unforgettable. Okay. That door leads to the second-class area. It's locked, so I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. This is cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Cosmosome's. Sorry. Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? Small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hasanaka has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Alright, so... do we just move there? Oh, okay, good. Looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes, on that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said before allowing you out of his cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Alright, good. There's music. Now I'm gonna go take a break. So, yeah, it's been 2 hours. I like to take a break every 2 hours. So, it'll be like 10 to 15 minutes. I don't know, it won't be too long. I'm just gonna go walk around, stretch your legs. Is anyone watching? If you've been sitting here the entire fucking time, don't do that. Go walk around, stretch your legs. Go take a shit. Do what you gotta do. Go take a fucking bath. Because this game has thoroughly shit all over us so far. But yeah, BRB. Oh, I had a good poop. Oh, I forgot about the text. You know what? It's fine. No one cares. Oh. Oh, dude, did he beat the fuck out of you? Oh, no. Ah, you're back. Inspector. What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. It's just a flesh wound. Made by a bear, maybe. When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist, then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Yes, so I understand. Oh? I bumped into a man claiming to be a great detective a little while ago. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found. Yes, let's see. I love his smile, dude. You're my favorite character so far. I fucking love the Inspector. Oh man. What? Nikolina Pavlova. She's in the cabin next door. Oh, do you know who she is? Please, what self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Oh my god, you're a ballet fan. You are like the greatest. I love you so much. Whoops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, and now I've definitely upset him. I mean, like, have you met Dahlia Hawthorne? I guess not yet, she doesn't exist. Inspector, has your investigation in here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping a watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. Ah, there is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh? What? Yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. I mean, let's talk about the German. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes, he seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. That wasn't him, by the way. He's too precious for that. But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes. Just one thing, but he practically shouted it. It's shoe polish! Was all he said. Shoe polish. Shopolish? So Polish? I wonder what he meant. Oh, that's shoe polish? Ah, perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark, do you think? Ah, yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know that it's shoe polish? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Sato-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh, does this mean that this mark was made by the polish in Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? No. What is new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Buria's medical officer has finished his examination of the body and managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae, is what's written on the report. So he was smacked in the back? His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no obvious wounds or other signs of injury, so at first I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Is he actually fucking dead? Nothing has been found as yet, but the fact that there are no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. All the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. I love you. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Ah. Why are you silent? What is going on? I feel like everyone knows something and we just don't right now. That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well... I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asogi-san. He was my responsibility. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. I'm glad they brought the effect back. Oh, we're done talking to you? Aw, okay. Alright, whatever. I guess we'll talk to you. What up? You, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga. That's new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into ball and throw him in cauldron. Why did we tell him? He's right here! Wait, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find him in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When we get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. Oh, fuck. Game, why are you guilting me for investigating? So it's clear these letters were written with the ink that was somehow spilled on the floor. And they spelled the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have just spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-san would have written his last words, or word, in Russian, which begs the question of who did write it. I feel like there's too many holes with him just dying. Like, there's just too many loose ends that just do not make sense. All the books provided for passengers occupied his cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better. Now they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. This is where Cosmo spent his final moments writing his diary. 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator's grill. Looking at his writing here on this page, it's almost impossible to believe that he's gone. Kazuo-sama left us a valuable clue in these words, I'm sure of it. We have to solve this mystery, Naruto-san. We will! Like, is Kazuma supposed to be like our Mio? Like, I'd sort of understand the vision, but come on, man. This is, yes, it's a bell cord contraption, I think. What do you mean, contraption? I read about it in a book I was studying that talked about life in Great Britain. Large households often have bell cords like this, which you can pull to ring a bell to summon servants. Really? That sounds almost magical. Shall we give it a little try? Yes! In the interest of cultural research, obviously. I suppose nobody comes for lowly Japanese people. No, I'm sure it's just that everyone's busy, that's all. Yeah, it's almost like we're in the middle of a murder investigation. So this ventilator joins to Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything though. Yeah, she wouldn't tell us about her pet snake, I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that didn't sit right with me. Is there anything else to even investigate? We did this. No? This is Burio, first class cabin passageway. Ah! Look, Naruto-san. Seaman Stroganov is gone. Stroganov? The burly Russian sailor, who's always crossing his arms and glaring at us. Oh, all these Russian names are impossible to remember. I am not gonna forget Seaman Stroganov anytime soon. Tra-la-la. It's like someone's singing. Tra-la-la. Lira-lira-lay. I did it the great detective way. It's caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can investigate, definitely, before that Stringy Knot crewman comes back. It's Stroganoff, not Stringy Knot. Alright, I mean, I guess we can just go. It's fucking really random. Huh. Alright, so we get to see the snake. Nice. Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Susana-san. Susana-san. Oh. Where'd she go? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. It's not a moment to waste, Naruto-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. Not just for Kazuma-sama, what do you mean? It can't be long though until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruto-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Interesting. There's like no trial for this? We just like investigate? Well, that's interesting. Oh my, Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, the friend she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals aboard the SS Buria, yet we brought this creature along. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? All the books have toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that's a god at the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It's exactly the same as the fucking bookcase next door in Kazuma's cabin. Yeah, put them together. I want to see if it is something different, perhaps. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Was she really practicing ballet on the same night she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything that bad happens on the ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. There's a few books on the desk. Nothing else by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of book she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people on our design. Kindly remember that. Thanks for your fucking contribution. I need to go talk to Maher. Like, why were you excited for me to play this one? For this assistant? Why again? So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Ah, maybe. It's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm. Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band come out of his ventilator. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug too. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to. We're trying to investigate in secret. Can we... We just can't investigate this bag at all? Naruto-san, are you there? Sorry? I'm right here, yes. Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. Why do I like this one? Why is this assistant good? Visible fucking confusion. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look to see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san, it's poor etiquette to go sifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly, we have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. She's been here for a night, dude. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. Ah yes, they're displayed in this cabin too. Look, the SS Buria's... Buria. This is a rule of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after reading this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. He's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes, so do I. I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped, more like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? No, it's fucking a feeding trough. A leak? Is the ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there is a leak in the roof, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? These kind of look like the straight sand, like speckled cords, speckled sashes. Okay. What about this? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that Russians are very thirsty people. I know I am. Or, because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on it. You're rather obstinate, aren't you? I'll roll this on. Alright, that was fucking weird. Really? We get nothing from here? Did I miss something? Or did something happen when we, like, walked in? Like, we walked in and the snake walked out or some fucking bullshit. It's, like, slithered right by our feet and we just didn't even notice. This cabin door has the same simple sort of bolted latch that our cabin door has. If the bolt's drawn across, there's no way anybody would enter the cabin from the outside. Yes, it's not a particularly heavy-duty bolt, is it? But still, it would slide across on its own accord, would it? No, and the door is made of metal, so there's no chance of trickery using magnets to unbolt it from the outside. That's... You still could, depending on the metal. And it seals it perfectly too, to stop any seawater coming in. So you can use the method you told me of passing a thread through a crack around the closed door either. I seem to know a lot of tricks for opening doors. I'm starting to see why they suspect me. That's pretty good. Yeah, I don't feel like I missed anything. Hey, did I? Can we look at the bag? No, it's fucking pointless? Okay. Alright, well... Fascinating. No? Yeah, I don't see anything else. Can we talk to someone? No. We can't even look at the picture again. Dude, I was sure we were about to find like a snake here somewhere. Like, I was so absolutely fucking confident, but no. Alright, well, do we go back here? No? Fuck, dude, what are we missing? Do we need to read this again? Rules of passenger travel aboard the SS Buria. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden, so we fucked up on both. So by bringing her pet on board, Miss Pavlova's broken the rules. I mean, so did we. She called it her friend, didn't she? Yes, although we don't know what form this friend takes as yet. I'm almost certain that whatever it is, it's inside the traveling case inside her cabin. A friend. There's more to this than it seems, I think. Is that what we were missing? Like, now can we go back and like, oh, surprise, there's a snake because now you've decided to read the sign. I'm gonna be really upset if that's the case. That's gonna be so fucking dumb. Oh, it's just, the pixel hunting's back. It's fucking back. Oh, we can examine this now. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was has broken clean in two, but the other half is nowhere to be seen. There's a brick-colored mark. Was he hit in the back with, like, a bottle of shoe polish? Like, what is that? It looks like a bell, kind of, but I don't think it's a bell. Which is shoe polish, according to the great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Cosmos on my shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure that it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Alright. Surely there is literally nothing else left. Right? 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 No, we're not right. We're never gonna be right again. We're gonna be fucking Ryunosuke, which I don't even mind Ryunosuke. So far, Ryunosuke is like probably one of the best characters here, but that's like in contrast to the other characters. I think the assistant is fucking garbage. And this is fucking best, boy. I fucking love Hosonaga, bro. He's so fucking good. He's amazing. Alright, let me examine shit here. My fucking bad. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes. Look, wow. You never know where he's gonna turn up next, do you? He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Tra-la-la-li-ra. Tra-la-la-li-ra-lay. I did it the great detective way. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky her luck was about. Okay. Excuse me. I solved it all, and I stood tall. I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Oh, what is it? The fuck? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing and I was just about to reach the climactic finish. Yeah, so was I. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now's a good time to say, can you fucking stop? I very nearly chopped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, yeah, I've seen the movie. I get the picture. Now could you please put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log as penned by the stockily built crewman, who's usually on guard here. Oh yes, the ship's log. And did you find out anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of the entries are blank. Which means there was nothing to report, nothing of note happened, so... ah ha 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 ha, ah ha 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 ha. You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages and all shall become clearer. It would seem the same crewman stands sentry in this first-class passageway, and he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely, yeah. It's just like, if something's missing, then, like, something fucking happened. You should also be suspicious that, like, it's specifically at the time during and, like, an hour after the murder. Oh my fucking god. I mean, like, we're not even a lawyer, so fucking who cares? And yet, the ship's log from last night is largely blank. Like, okay, the thing is, Ryunosuke being, like, kind of fucking stupid about investigative, like, procedures makes way more sense than Phoenix being a fucking idiot. So, like, I'm willing to let this slide a lot more. Because not only is he an amateur lawyer, he's not even a fucking lawyer. The ship's log from last night is, like, we're just a guy right now who isn't even halfway through college. And he's just going on a fucking adventure. From last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now, but we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribing nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must lock the ship's log in your mental file. Okay. The ship's log has been entered into our mental file. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What made Sholmes, brilliance! Ah ha 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 ha! Ah ha ha! Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason, nothing more. Is everyone just like... Did everyone get knocked out when we just like skipped a fucking day? Like, what fucking happened? Alright, let's take a look at this shit. Oh, it is fucking beef stroganoff. Wait. This is what we saw the first time, and then, like, we just decided to ignore it? Alright, never mind. This isn't deduction. You're a fucking idiot! Yeah, how is it everyone? Wait. Because he didn't remember incriminating us for the murder. We woke up with a headache, so there was an imposter for us, there was an imposter for him, so I'm assuming there was also an imposter for Kazuma. They might even be like the same imposter, 3 different imposters, but there's definitely like something fucking weird going on for sure. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders off the passageway. Is something wrong, Sasato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... Well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? How is it, everyone? Like, what's going on? What's that? Shut down the engines immediately. Vessel sighted, a quarter-mile forward. Full stop, hard starboard, all hands, brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. Ooh, what? I can't stand. Sada, hold on to me. San, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... Yes, the ship has come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Hello, is anybody there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly! What, the bolts? Look at that, the door's bolted. Did you do that, Sato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. Okay, so the ship just went through a storm? And in the middle of that, like, everything toppled over? And look at all the books. But the frames were in place. They're just like they were before again. And so, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Yes. Please let him in! I'd better tidy this place up first. Should we? Our violent emergency stop had solved one mystery at least. In a very vivid way, but I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. What do you mean? What are you expecting? Bro, we're still in the investigation. When? Trial when? Or do we, like, get off and then, like, do a trial? Like, is it all just interconnected? Miss Pavlova's cabin. Somehow the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolts. You, what are you doing, Miss Pavlova's quarters? Ah, you both look unhurt. Good. Oh my... Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming. Crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm? Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah, you wicked intruder. Dressed all in black, you are the devil. Oh, you lost your hat. You look so much better without the hat. Sorry? Me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. Yeah, we don't even have our horns yet. You opened my traveling case. How could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector! Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he has killed a man? Da! And he is stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? What's up with his face? Take him away. He is a trespasser as well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She is right. You are devil. That doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong, then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga, is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution immediately. Can we move? I somehow doubt we shall be able to leave here. You know what? Understandable. Alright. Miss Pavlova, can I get out? Listen, I'm sorry that we snuck in here without your permission, but get out now. We just need to investigate in here to help understand what happened to... Oh no. Oh, it's no use. She's not going to listen. I need to find someone who will. Are you gonna listen? Please, just give me a little more time. I do nothing for you, except show you way to ship's prison cell. Oh, thanks, but no thanks. But I'm innocent. I didn't kill anyone. And trespassing and stowing away. Well, you know, sometimes life can lead you down some unusual avenues, and well... Enough, you are guilty. Ship's cell is only place fit for you. Come on, there's gotta be someone, some savior to come rescue me from this crisis. Are we really gonna rely on Hosonaga again? No, bro. I like him more than I like any of you. I'll focus on the task at hand, which is investigating. Don't touch my things. You want me to show you where crawfish hibernates. So Naruto, what do you think you're doing? Wow, everyone's attacking me. I was just starting to think she was my friend. No, she's not. And with how this case has gone so far, I don't think she ever will be. We're not going to be friends. So you can help me out of this mess. You got yourself into a difficult situation here. By entering this cabin uninvited, I mean. Sorry, I was just so desperate to find a clue. I'm afraid there's really nothing more I can do to help you. If I push my luck any further, a punch to the face will be the least of my worries. I'm really sorry. I have to take the responsibility for giving you the freedom to investigate Miss Pavlova's cabin. Now this has happened, I'll have to report to the captain at once. I really need some help here. I need a savior to come rescue me from this crisis. Do you pull this? What's the skip button for the conversation? Yeah. Alright, so we can't fucking talk to anyone, and you're fucking useless, so it doesn't matter. Oh. Naturally. What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. Have I not told you that as a detective, it is my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. Oh, no, no! Well, why were you hanging from that hook before then? Isn't it obvious to properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles? Naturally. Yeah, of course. I wish to determine if it would bend the conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know if I take this man seriously or not. He's kind of growing on me. He's kind of growing on me again. Ah, you again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confess I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can mean but one thing. Yes, the case of the curious murder that took place last night here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved by me, naturally. What, really? Why were you shocked? No, I mean like fucking Nicolina, obviously. Yes, I've eliminated all other possibilities. No other Oh, Nicolina is Nina. Okay, got it. No other explanations exist. So, allow me to eliminate all your minds. For I am about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha, you have solved it. Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning when we found the criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I mean, what? I didn't do it. The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. It would be really interesting. It would be... Nah, I mean, Danganronpa 3 did it. And it wasn't even very good then, honestly. It was, like, kind of fucking stupid. The locked room. That is point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have been drawn across from outside the cabin. Yes, it could. You just saw it happen! You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator. Gah! You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You're suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. That's not possible. Ah, but it is! And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean? Are you referring to the words Cosmo-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m. I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m. What looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is the speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all to see will shock you to your cores. Behold! Well, what the... Allow me to introduce to you all To the band! The Speckled Band! Wow, I'm shocked and fucking amazed. A snake? Indubitably. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Hmm. Yes, you're right. I think in this case you'd have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? I like how everyone's just so chilled out by the snake. Like, yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Sorry, there's like a... There's something flying around here. Fuck off. You both see and observe with a distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh my goodness, really? It's a trap. How exactly? I think perhaps it is time I explain the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one. Last night, your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. What is this? Investigation is so fucking long. Ah. And number two. That same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She's turned as white as a bowl of rice again. I mean, I think she started that way. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Osogi? Looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Hillock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Spectacular. Alright, what's he gonna fuck up this time? Schroeder's identity. Is she really the killer? Because this is twice where she's the person. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. So it does have something to do with her. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. Okay. And it is very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was this friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected. Another telltale glance. Or this way somewhere? Doubt, your friend is a riding servant we see before us. So it's not this? And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tells of a speckled band. Is it something else? She looked this way. So is the friend this guy? Oh! Oh! The fucking stripes are like the ones on his face. Oh! He's used to this. Whereas, regrettably, the specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was the sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? You have something in your pocket? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden beneath your back. Behind your back. What the fuck is that? Is that her pet? Is that a tail? Snake's soft skin. It's a horrible crime. This most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin. No? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered in next door. Do you think they fucking completely changed patterns, dumb fuck? As the bell cord on the other side, as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared to the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. No, he wrote that... I guess he wrote that second. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloughs its skin. A snake so dreadful, we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. Oh boy, this game sure is something, right? Oh my god, that was only the first topic. Moving on, we come to the heart of the matter. The grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. She knows this? Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by terrible venom. No. Because he wasn't poisoned. Now, if we take that as fact, this absolutely incorrect fucking assumption as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. No. The almost but not quite imperceptible puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestiges of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense. There is no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. Not the hiding place. It's what you hid. You hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. No. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made note of a low whistling sound he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed! You'd put your serpent friend through this ventilator, and wait, after a period, you'd summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, so you would listen for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared not to have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny the snake has undergone such training? It's not true! Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature needed only to slink its fangs in once. And its venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. You're a fucking idiot. Death by a venomous snake's bite. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. I mean, like, I'm excited for this part. This part's great. This part is amazing. Very appropriate look of stunned absolute disbelief. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There, on the floor, you will observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to... Is that milk? So it's a cat? And incredible. You've solved the mystery. No fucking way. Amazing. Your great deduction really lets it to its name. I see now why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. Do you? My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course, what's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh boy, you are just fabulous, aren't you? Well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madam. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it would be possible to train a snake using milk as reward. No matter, no doubt Miss Pavlova used some other treat to encourage your pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example that logic holds. I'm upset I didn't make the connection of, like, the snake on his face before. There was a snake, but apparently it isn't her pet, because it's not, like, a speckled snake. It's a striped snake. Sure. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it would really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madam, what of the tales from Arabia? Have you not heard that the snake used to dance to the sound of the flute? I think perhaps the performers played their music in time with the snake's natural movement. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears. These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more. Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that a snake could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in the cabins. Then it should try harder! The world should bend to my deductions! Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, you're fucking wrong! Even if the snake had gone through the ventilators the next door, it couldn't have climbed back without help. What I'm trying to say is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have had a part in this. Why is there a snake? Also, how could you, bro? Like, what happened to our dancing? That was, like, the fun part. I think you fucking killed him. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholmes' latest deductions and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling that was coming. Alright, well, let's give it a try! Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right! So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again! What? They're fucking gone! You've done it again! Your handcuffs are gone! Where do they go? Fear not, I shall see that they're restored after our work is done. I really wish you'd leave them off. Now, everyone. Let us begin. Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. I love these sections. These sections are really good. They're going a little long. I wish we could get to a fucking trial, but these are fun. These are fun little bits. Miss Pavlova, moments ago, you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. So she looks at her hand. She does have a pain expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Cosmosone's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some other way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look very closely at Miss Pavlova. Can we look behind her to see her cat? Oh, is that snake writhing? Oh my fucking god, it actually is. Okay, so I'm assuming it's this. Oh, can we examine this shit? Like... Oh, can we examine the other areas as well? Can we examine the snake guy? Fuck. Can we examine this earring? I like the earring. Such petite ears among that beautiful hair, like pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. It's called a fucking earring. Ah, that's an earring. The crescent moon part looks as though it's made from wood. Honestly, a wooden earring would be pretty fly. And decent to love adornments like that. And their hair, on their necks, on their fingers, and even hanging from their ears, it seems. Well, jewelry is beautiful, Naruto-san. Alright.
Yes!
Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch? Sometime last night? Oh. When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. And when I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death, so we ask, what was the nature of his intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? Why, naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. That your friend is a writhing serpent we see before us. No. Seems likely the scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet on which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruto-san. As we'll find the answer.
Yes!
Oh, it wasn't? It's framed for photographic print, weren't you? But let's not be distracted by the print itself. Oh no. It's her holding a cat, game! What the fuck? It's wanting in every way. Yes. I was wanting you to hear it. I'm quite proud of it. I find myself wanting to never have heard of it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. What the fuck? Be reasonably sure that his fall's furtive grasp was aimed at her friend. That same friend is probably responsible for the scratch on the back of her hand. You also note that whatever it is, this friend must be small enough to pass through the ventilator. That really ought to narrow it down. Let me scout around again in the direction she looked. Really? on, it was this teapot that Miss Pavlova was flickered over to before. Do you think this is the friend she's been talking about? No. Well, we're all different, aren't we? Whatever we might say about it. That's the way she feels. I don't think I'll say anything about it then. You and the teapot can discuss it instead. Wait, that's not what I meant. Can we talk about the photo? Where she's holding a fucking cat? Ah, look at this photograph. I'm gonna fucking laugh. That must be something Miss Pablo brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, that's true. But personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. We're gonna take a closer look at this. Bro! Really?
Yes!
I'm so fucking upset, dude. Without doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. It's just... Oh my fucking god, game. Holy fuck. Oh my god! But what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away, didn't you? Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, the fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night in question tell of a speckled man, whereas regrettably... specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you are trying, but failing to conceal, can only be a snake's soft skin. What? Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh yes, ploys like that are Mr. Sherman's specialties. Ever so cleverly force her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. I don't know, dude. We're all fucking in for a loop, I guess. I find it hard to believe that's the skin of a snake. In which case... just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, but let's find out. What the fuck is that? Well, it's speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And what looks like a handle on one end. It may be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats? Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them, and they pounce to catch it. That sounds positively adorable. I just...
Yes!
Okay... Yes, the thing you're trying, but failing to conceal, is, a cat's toy. Precisely, in the true nature of the now infamous speckled band. Ah! It was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. What?! Bro, that makes even less sense! What do you fucking mean? And that's what you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what fucking reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. Is there? After our feline friend disappeared through the ventilator to the neighbor's cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat's toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. A truly troublesome feline, young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You will forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. It was after I gave her her food last night. That's when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand, and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. So what's with the snake? Darka, she is so naughty. Darka, she is so naughty. Alright. Oh my god. Moving on. We've come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life? And why? According to the data of which I have been apprised, it would appear that there were no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What? Says it's true, there were no signs of a wound anywhere on Cosmo's body. That's right. But we also know he wasn't poisoned. Mr. Jones seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Cosmo wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. I was given the information he's missing now. Okay.
Yes!
In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes, I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical vertebrae is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Fucking Seaman Stroganoff. No, we take that as fact. We can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Tied because his neck was broken. In other words, he's probably struck by something, or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal a fatal blow, I suppose. It's possible that he had a fall and hit the ground awkwardly. It could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he... No. If it's that fucking stupid, and that's the reason he died, I'm just gonna take a break from playing the game. I'm breaking up with this game. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe. There's no way. He's fucking... What do you fucking mean? He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix the deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? This is slipping? Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of it conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed. which I carry now as a matter of course. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Osogi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Osogi must have caught his foot at that point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And, by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught by his neck against some immovable object, he fell to the floor. Suffering a fatal blow to the spine, the victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant, he lost his life. No fucking way, man. I don't know. I don't know anything about this. Is that really true, Miss Pavlova? What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Osogi lost his life? Yes, the facts were as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glass betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence, the links to you to the victim's death and traveling case. No? I don't believe it. Cosmo-san merely tripped over and now he's no more. Did he really trip over because someone pulled the emergency alarm and then fucking died? I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that's what happened. But, and if this part of Mr. Shalm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction that she's cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Please. Please, no. There's a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Ms. Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably, there's not much rubbish in there yet. I need to look at this, man. I need to look at this. Is it the stupid fucking bell on the cat? Bro, please! Yes, it is, and I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. If it looks familiar, perhaps it's more than your mind's been playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right, you hit the evidence that links to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah. Here, we have a fragment of some intricate glass object, it would seem. One that has a familiar air, in fact. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Osogi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? Yeah, I don't know. That hushed Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruto. Yeah, it's just... would be... this picture.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see that I'm losing my fucking mind hanging from Darko's collar. As the very stupid fucking glass bell in question. The truth is caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life again, last night, did so after a truly inauspicious fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Bro, if this is what's fucking going on, it's too fucking dumb, man. This is too fucking stupid. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late, but I hadn't had time to feed Tarka, so I gave her some food. And then, all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say the cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that is how you acquired that rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Da. And I had read the, rules on the wall. I knew that I was not allowed Darka with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious diseases. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping, so at that point, you thought it's safer to try to lure the kitten back again by dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator and into the adjoining cabin. Darka always loved this toy. But it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy. I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Cosimo wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Da, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out, and then, oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Cosmo was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on glass block tripping up. No, there's no fucking way, man. Bro, really? Really? But even she can pitch and roll violently without warning if Mr. Asogi was already out of bounds as a result of the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case, and now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself at least. When I woke this morning, I heard that a young man in the next cabin next to mine had died. But I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. Oh, that's where the bait ping went. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right, where is it? If the snake isn't your friend, Miss Paolo, then whose is it? And where did it come from? What on earth is such a dangerous between on the board this ship? Oh, I didn't say? Snack is my friend. His name is Piroshko. Oh, what? What? That snake belongs to you? You escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. I did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But animals are not permitted on board. Ha! We are at sea for 1 year! You want to be so long without close friend, without someone who understands. Can you find someone a little more human who understands you better? No. Oh my dear burly fellow. A gargantuan venomous snake? Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in. No venom. Hmm? Piroshka does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable. Like Rani, like Babushka. It's venomless? Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood, but once I feed him, you will see big smile. And you feed him, what, milk I suppose. Ha, like they say. Like they say they milk chickens? Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Piroshka eats mouses. Big, fat, round mouses. Ah, oh, so... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course! How can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like the look in their eyes right now. He's fucking lost. It refuses to drink milk, it can't hear a whistle, it can't climb up a bell cord, and it's not even venomous. How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It's not my fault, I do not make up stories. My Piroshka is nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death. Is it? There's no fucking way! Game! Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then... no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But... what are you talking... Miss... She's right! No! Despite her being, like, the worst fucking assistant so far, she's right, because we're still in fucking handcuffs! Well, lies, Miss Pavlova just confessed to everything. I mean, like, the writing, obviously. It was just a series of unfortunate events. An accident. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Narholda? Yes. To be perfectly honest, yes. There is a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure of it. I just can't quite put my finger on it. Can't we? I confess. I was intending to lead Scotland Yard. Let's get Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh. I am only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruto, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I do hope you've not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Ah, not again. Can we stop with the antics? I want to, like... Where's this fucking going? It's been 4 hours. Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours, was he not? Yes. Cosmo was my closest partner. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that may be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died, about how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, let's see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. We should ponder first. Is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside? Was this truly an unfortunate accident, or was it in fact no accident at all? That's what we must establish. That is what we must establish in the first instance. But we've already established it, haven't we? Man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right here in Cosmo's cabin. It's undeniable. That couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Oh my god, it also no. Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruto. It's time to present the evidence. The uncorrelated victim's death was no mere accident.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photograph print. There is no way that Mr. Osorio could have left his message on the floor. That script. It's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. I see what you mean. Most people will leave a dying message in their native language. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. Fuck. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether you knew Russian or not. Sorry, what do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There is no way that Mr. Osogi could have left his message on the floor. And the reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical vertebrae resulting in instant death. Instant death. Which means, after the victim fell from the floor, he couldn't possibly have written anything, because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Osogi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there, if what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So this is I was noticed too, then. Floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away, and it's a piece of evidence that proves this was no accident. In other words, Like, is it the fact that this was left? No, right? That sounds really fucking dumb.
Yes.
That sounds really fucking dumb. Oh my god, it actually... Oh my... Just no. No, dude. No fucking way. That's just so fucking dumb. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already knew about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and then fell. So you already have a satisfactory explanation. Where is the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? That's really what happened. Then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? In the wastepaper basket. So, like, I mean, I thought that was, like, still attached to it and the other half broke off. Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. There was someone else in the room. Okay. Huh, alright. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth in order to cover up his or her own guilt. God, I don't know how to do like a Russian fucking scream, dude. Yes, there is someone else present in Mr. Osogi's. You are wasting your time. Oh, he has his own voice? Someone else was there. Da, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from the inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only other person in cabin when young student died was you. It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I would have left a message. I keep just slipping right back into it. Not would have. There's no way you could have left this message, to be precise about the details. Would you fucking shut the fuck up? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the wardrobe in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. So someone would have had to have known. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen to the floor for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Osogi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. A single small lamp suspended from the ceiling would have barely cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff. Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skill and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on the ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. Ah, so that's it. You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is all most interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? You are a great detective, you should know. Look truth in eyes, cabin bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or do you want me to tell killer? Want to tell killer that can walk through doors? Niet, it's impossible. He's right. But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie thread around the doors just so they can open and close them from the outside. Thread, are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steam ship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used. No, of course not. I thought so too. This one I already suggested earlier, so it sounds like... You are the worst assistant. So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. This will never not be funny. The cabin door... It could have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you that I could bolt this cabin door. Without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see the traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? That the bolts of the cabin door from the outside? One way does spring to mind, yes. Do you really know what Mr. Sholmes means, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have, so would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? It's this fucking T-posing thing. Okay, do we just have to, like, point at it? Alright. Take that. Look at the bookcase there. See all the books and things on it have toppled over? That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before. Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes through the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over. I believe, yes, it's what is known as the force of inertia acting on objects. Is there nothing Susato doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book at least? Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in the cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody in there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga. Oh, yes. That's it. When the ship stopped so suddenly, the bolt flew across the locked door. Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of inertia, if you want to call it inertia. Or are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Osogi was killed, I was maybe expecting a little too much. That was definitely, like, really fucking goofy. The SS Buria made another emergency stop. When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves had toppled over, and all the ornaments. It's almost as if someone had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked everything over. Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I? Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Osogi's cabin. Oh my. Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You said Burya made emergency stop. It does seem a little far-fetched. How could that have possibly happened, unless you're saying that the culprit is actually someone from the engine room? Oh, it is simple enough. Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm? Oh yes, of course. There was a notice there, wasn't there, telling you that only to press the button in times of emergency. On dark nights when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on the eyes of his lookout alone. Hence the placement of a number of buttons around the vessel allow any crewman to raise the alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Okay. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. As indeed it did earlier today. Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who... As I always say, a button has but one purpose in life. To be pressed! Whatever the occasion! He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with the ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now, I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the bolts on the cabin door slide closed. So, what we must now consider... Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Osogi, did the ship make an emergency stop or did it not? How is this still going? You are idiots. Burya is a huge ship with many passengers. If you make an emergency stop even in middle of night, there will be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night. We have evidence to support that idea. Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo? Fascinating. Do show us, my good man. So, is it the fact that she was boarded, or is it the fact that this was, like, not recorded?
Yes!
Seaman Stroganov. It's your duty to report the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Da, that is correct. Why? And the ship's log here, this would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That is mine. Ah, you carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That is where I put it always. The point is, look at what you usually record. It's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase, nothing to report every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until first light, this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log? That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write nothing to report, wouldn't you? Gulp. Indeed so. Which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened. Here aboard the SS Burya. Something sufficiently significant. To make you forget to fill in the ship's logs, in fact. Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night? Stop talking rubbish! If I'm perfectly honest, I find that a little hard to believe myself. Oh? Why? Well, because something as major as an emergency stop really did happen. Surely all of us would have noticed. Yeah, we all woke up with a fucking headache. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud, I can't imagine that anybody would sleep through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's... Did we, like, tranquilize the entire fucking ship or some shit? What of the throbbing? Sorry, what do you mean? My throbbing? Your head, man. Yeah. My head, obviously. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it. Ah! Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today. Is that why you're throbbing? No comment. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn. Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as suspected. He's right, my head's been throbbing today, too. I am a grown-ass adult. I am a grown-ass adult. I am a grown-ass adult. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I can't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was a throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when all that was happening to me? Tell me, Mr. Naruto. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you? Oh, well, yes. Sorry. The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on? Ah, well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals. So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it? Yes, in fact, I had all of that. Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken. Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant? My dear fellow, does that not strike you? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken? I do. No, really? Is that really true? The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a soporific designed to induce a very deep slumber to those who consumed it. This is so fucking convoluted. A sleeping drug? Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? It's a massive ship and you drugged everyone. Mr. Naruto, of course that's not what Mr. Charles means. What a far-fetched idea. No, that's exactly what he means, precisely. Lacing every meal of every passenger on board with the soporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator. What? Mr. Sholmes? Well, seaman. Eh? I'm sorry to say that any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have to be an inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew, and the captain himself, would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade. Please, no more. I will tell everything. I cannot make problems like this. For everyone, anymore. These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe. Da, so when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me. We all agreed to help, everyone, together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel. I don't believe it. You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night. Yes, I remember now. I didn't notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point. Really? Da, we could not make all drug, how you say, dissolve? Talk about a heavy seasoning. At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel on board. She was helped there by comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly, thanks to the almost magical effects of the slumber-inducing potion their evening meals had contained. So if that's what happened, the only people awake on the ship last night were the crew, people who dislike chicken, and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. That means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door. But how does that make sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case and there would have been complete chaos. Oh, I wouldn't say so. What? Of course, just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins, after which they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug. Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night. Yes. The overwhelming majority of passengers would habitually sleep with their cabin doors bolted anyway, and so not one of them would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning. In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You've thought a long time and said many things. What is point? The point is what I said earlier. There was somebody else present at the scene when the victim lost his life last night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who used the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock a door. All told, a busy night. But... I don't know about any of this. I'm just a little girl. You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes. A laudable trait. But I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation to me is everything. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh yes, do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt in the wind. What accusatory cry? How is this still going? What time is it? Holy fucking shit. This is insane. Sorry, you've lost me. Proof of your involvement, man, but you can't hear such a call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What the fuck? What are you talking about? I believe the time has come for one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Holy shit. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, please. With what exactly, Mr. Shawlins? With observation, my dear fellow, just as I said, of these two prevaricators, observation If you remember, Mr. Naruhodo, we know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asogi's death. What we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened. Precisely, you are terrifically quick to grasp my meaning. Alright then, I'll see what I can see. So we're looking for a trace that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Oh my fucking god. Did you really fucking get killed by beef motherfucking Stroganoff? You got killed by fucking semen Stroganoff. What the fuck? You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it as clear, indeed it is, so Mr. Naruhodo present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is... Are we... This is so fucking stupid, but like, why? Dumb fuck. Yes, it's his photograph. The ink it shows, that's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink? Rather unusual color of ink. Purple. The penny drops, at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain in the block of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me, I did it, everything. I arranged everything in that student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I pressed button to make Burio do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so no one would suspect our angel. Biff, please. Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet. Biff, please, you must help me. I went with her. The door to cabin 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student body on floor. What happened here? Please don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend. Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asogi's cat. That accent's really fun to do. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell to the floor. Da, that is right. So after the incident, when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers. Next to hers? Only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard sound of something fall on floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked, so she opened to look, and you already know what happened after that. There's just one thing, if you wouldn't mind. What? When you went to Mr. Osaka's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why? I already told you. When Nina opened the door of student's cabin and looked, I was asking Miss Pavlova. Well, Miss Pavlova? Da. Oh. Yes. That is right. I saw him. It was dark, and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you. So is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Cosmos? If it is, we're fucking done with this game, man. Ah, something very nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph. Yes, I took this myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore... I thought this case was going to be complicated, and, like, there's imposters and shit, and there's going to be, like, something deeper involved, but, like, this was really it, man. I don't want to play the rest of the game. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are the facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems to be somewhat unnatural. What do you mean, unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruto? Oh, well... So Macklin broke his neck. Which part of his photograph seems unnatural? His neck? His forehead? His neck?
Yes!
To here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding the pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When under a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry, I'll try that. I think it's plain what Mr. Schultz means by unnatural, isn't it? Is it? No, we already did that. Hang on, let me save. It's like, this has to be the entire thing, because, like, this has been 3 fucking investigation sections, game. What? Though were written in a foreign language underneath his fingertips. Surely, yeah. A particularly crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean to identify another points. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Won't you land as the victim has? What of your hands? Sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do we? Is it his other hand?
Yes!
If it really fails due to an unfortunate accident, then his fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In a fall, one's instinct is to open palms flat. You see the victim with his left hand tightly balled into a fist, almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. Really? You fucking unhooked his hand from the rigor mortis? That's fucking rough. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Of course, my dear madam. Would I keep you in suspense? Oh boy! Well, that's something, isn't it? Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. We just talked about this. Yes, you're right. A crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. The crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. It's almost like we can see it right now. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That's the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Kazuma's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe! Find the answer with your own eyes! Oh boy! Oh fucking boy! Oh, do we have to like fucking observe it again? Such petite ears among beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling from her left ear. Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look, it's a crescent moon. Ah, there can be no doubt now. Surely. All right. It's just, we're allowed to present this directly, but not the stupid fucking cat in the goddamn picture. Yes. Holy fuck, game. Miss Pavlova, on your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah. What? And on your other ear, there seems to be a crescent moon missing. Little link holding on must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there is one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova, Mr. Osogi must have grabbed that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear, perhaps just moments before he fell onto the floor. In other words, last night, in Mr. Osogi's cabin, you witnessed the moment when the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally at arm's length from him. But then the question is, why did Mr. Osogi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova, tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? Bro, like, it's just like Dahlia all the way down, huh? Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship, and then, when I was at last in the cabin, I could relax after this horrible, long day. Darko, wait. I couldn't believe when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle. I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darko would not come back. Okay, look. If he's like critically injured but then he's just disappeared, I'm willing to continue. If he's actually actively fucking dead, and this is actually him dead, we're done. I'm taking a break from this on stream. This is fucking garbage. Like, it's so fucking dumb. Maybe I'll, like, sleep on it for a little bit, because, like, I think we're close to being done with this case. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country. He was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Tarka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin... Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes. I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Ah. Of course, you're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. Huh? No. I don't know that name. Mar nearly stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land far away east know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of that ballet made a deep impression on me. But, what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read that your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth, and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened. Everything at once. It was only a second, but it felt like forever. Wait, I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down to the young man's feet. And as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone. This is like so fucking this is like anime contrived levels of fucking garbage, man. And that's when he went to fetch help from Seaman Stroganov, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina cry out and thud on floor, so I ran to her. She was standing at cabin door, shaking like leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere else to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Kazuma's cabin to make it look like I did it. So that no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Da. I went into cabin and I looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway. In wardrobe, still sleeping. You're right, that's when he found me. So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the Stowaway. I closed wardrobe doors and put back strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Susano started to believe me when I said I was innocent. Susano Susato. Who gives a shit? I drag young man's body to good place, and use ink that was spilled to write on floor. I wrote wardrobe, so the person who found him would look inside wardrobe to find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell? It was by my feet, so I picked it up. I see. But it was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other. This seems like a fucking fever dream, bro. Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished job. Oh my god, it actually is fucking Terry Falls and Dahlia again. She's even 15. Oh my god. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. It's fucking... oh my god. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 AM, thus enticing the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. Oh my god. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova. What? Well, you said that you told Cosmo about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland, and it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right? Yes, but even if you had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? What he said first that made me scared. What did he say first? This time of night, Inspector. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me, who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. This really does feel like a Sherlock Holmes investigation. You know what? This case is why I don't read Sherlock Holmes. It's just so fucking loopy bullshit of like the simplest fucking deductions. I'm so upset that this is still going. I thought that if police knew anything about me, they would arrest me. So before he could pull the bell cord, I... May I stop you for a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Osogi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but... He was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's not work. The day's work is not yet done, it seems. There's one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? And so what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? Can we determine with her, the young man's gaze was directed. Within his cabin, that's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabin has been my home for this entire voyage. So this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama? Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, there's one thing I've learned today. It's that simple gaze can reveal all manner of truths, like how fucking dogshit this game is. And not only that, this was like something that people pointed to and went was better than the original trilogy of Fiend and Chart. Oh my god! Oh my fucking god! And not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze to where it lands. So, when he turned away from Ms. Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? Oh my fucking god, bro. There is just literally no fucking way. Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however... What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe? And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Osogi's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion? Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Osogi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. Bro, like, you can present it as like really fucking sad, but that doesn't take away from how fucking dumb this murder is. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Osaka was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova, I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth. But unfortunately, the truth is, a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry, really, I'm so sorry. It's just, if this is settled with this, we're fucking done. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic accident on the SS Buria was finally laid to rest. I just realized it's SS Buria. Oh my fucking god. At 14 p.m., SS Buria, first class cabin passageway. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now, then? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police at Scotland Yard. What about the fact that she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia, then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return to the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff. I wanted to help our angel no matter what, but I didn't think about you, about how you lost a good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste. The game? Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Da. Well then, I'm afraid I need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over to the consul to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. I couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. It looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun then. To think that only days ago, Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is it someone weeping? Is this Alto-san? Naruto-san, I didn't know you had returned. Oh, well, I haven't been back long. Inspector Osanaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. Oh. I still can't believe this has happened. Yeah, you and me both. I can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. He has such grand ideas for his visit to Great Britain, so many dreams, and now they've been cruelly taken away, just as he has. I thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth, that it was just an accident. It's a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruto-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. I wish there was something I could say. Inspector, my duty was to see Osogi-san safely to Great Britain. But I failed. and caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. I'm expecting him to come back, dude. I don't believe this. It'll be too fucking stupid if it is the case. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. What? Ah ha 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 ha. Surprise, Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, a trifling matter. Simply that in my head, I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry, so I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say. You are a stowaway, after all. Aha, he thinks this is funny? Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you. From the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. This, like, his death feels like the Rentaro death. Like, it doesn't make sense. There's too much fucking bullshit around him dying right now. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. But wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back, isn't it? I mean, I was a stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In the light of Mr. Osogi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no, I don't care for me, but... Poor Susato-san. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely! There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualification obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourself another suitable lawyer. Yes. Mr. Sato. Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah. But you are not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless... Are you studying law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's even a chance it could work. I mean, we've actually been in a trial, but as I said, there's still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month in which to study to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo. That's ridiculous, preposterous, or suggesting that anybody could learn all of that in just 40 days. Oh, there's one way to find out. I will work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something we had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Mr. Sato? I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. So what does our bespectacled inspector say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, 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 it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating? Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes, from the early hours of the morning until this very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage! Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector, after all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything to make up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector. If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next and how best to make my report. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruto? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruto, I'd like you to take charge of this. What, me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-san would have wanted. Its name is Karuma, the great sword that has been in the Asogi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it, always. So then, Mr. Sato, it seems we'll be working together for some time to come. It will be an honor, Miss Naruto. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. Shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask you too. Goodness, what is it? How the fuck are we still talking? Please throw me to the ground. 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-san's most closest friend. Of course you would never have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. Okay, well, she's apologizing, sure. But I allowed suspicion to get the better of me, no matter how upset I was feeling. It was completely unforgivable behavior. No, you were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away, and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No, I won't let you make excuse for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? I wonder, because, like, we examined things and, like, we were thrown twice because of that. I wonder if, like, the game keeps count of that. And throw me to do it. Don't even think about it. No. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruto. That isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? The 5 times we were fucking thrown, dumb fuck. Presumed that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way. It's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jujutsu technique. Apparently it's called the Susato takedown. It leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I am a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. I wonder if he'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madam. Oh, of course. You're really gonna throw us and not him? Like, I feel like the game or like the writer just gets off on like, oh yeah, this is the endearing trait. Everyone just fucking hates the main character. Like it's supposed to be like, oh haha, it's fucking like why? Why do you think this is an endearing trait? Because like even Phoenix gets treated like shit for like the entirety of his fucking lifetime. And it's arresting ND, and then is when it turns Sada takedown, is it? Actually, no, that was a Sada squash. In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Cosmo flickered into my mind. Karuma? That's right, it's a prized sword that has been passed down through the generation of the Osogi clan. I can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely. A Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted with my katana. Karma guides me. I surely believe that. So saying compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that he would need much compelling on that subject. There's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain, and I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me. Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. That important thing you had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Okay, we're done. We're done, and I'm gonna like cool off for a little bit. And tomorrow, I think I'm gonna go play Elden Ring with a friend of mine, and that's gonna be on stream as well. But like, this was fucking terrible. That shit genuinely made me so fucking upset. Like, that shit fucking emotionally destabilized me. I don't know if we're actually going to continue, but as it currently stands, I'm not going to say no directly right now. But that's where I'm leaning. If you give me an entire case with an investigation, with a resolution this fucking troll, I really don't want to continue playing your fucking game. Anyway, I don't want to continue this. I don't want to continue this negativity shit. We're done. Have a good night, gamers.